want to know what is happening, Moravia to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Kilibamba, what I want? Yes, what you bad today? Yes, what you bad today? Beseku. Bada. Skidibidi dabado.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon.
You wanna get a news update, to spoon.
What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you bad today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you bad today?
Beseku. Spoon TV. Spoon
Bada 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 bada. Skibidi bidi da bado. Kua 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 kua. Bese kua 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 kudileo. Kua kua kudileo. Yes, I
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, to spoon.
Okay. A pleasant good evening and welcome to the Spoon Talk right here on your favorite dial. We are coming to you live from Odious Congo Town here in Monrovia, Liberia. It is a pleasure to be here again. The initial time check here in Monrovia is 20 minutes up to 9 o'clock. That is 8:40 p.m. here in Monrovia, Liberia. So a pleasant good evening and welcome to another very, very intriguing edition of the Spoon Talk right here on your favorite dial. We are coming to you live on Spoon FM 107.5 megahertz, Super 95.5 megahertz, and Fabric 101.1 megahertz. So wherever you are and whatever you are doing, please keep the dial set. We also coming to you live on our various social media platforms. Spoon TV Live, Super TV Live, and Fabric TV Live this beautiful Friday evening. So my name is Yekezi Zobel. I'm sitting in this evening as your producer, and let's have a wonderful time together. The CEO and his team of panelists will join us later on the show to kickstart the show. But in the meantime, between time, we will open the lines so that you can call in and tell us exactly what's on your minds. So very shortly, we declare the lines open. But just before that, let's say good evening to all of you watching the show at this moment. Those of you listening out there would like to say good evening and welcome. Let's say good evening to Alex F. Wright. Alex is following. Zeyu Molu is watching. John Bestman is watching. Thanks for following the show. Elijah Jay Cotto is watching. Lee Jabate is also watching from Market Hood Camp community. That's the supermarket Hood Camp community. Kausi Molu is also following the show this evening. Ruth Samuels Kie is watching. And good evening just to everyone watching the show and listening to the show this beautiful, beautiful Friday evening. So we will now open the lines so that you can call and tell us exactly what's on your mind as the first segment of the show here. And so the numbers to call on are 0777 1075, 0777 1075, 0555 101075 are the numbers to call and tell us exactly what's on your mind. And please walk away from the radio, or better still, lower the volume of the radio before calling, because once you're around the radio, we get a very, very terrible feedback in here. So welcome to it. Let's go to the lines and talk to our very first caller this evening. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, I'm calling from Congo now.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah. Why is Mama is outbreaking you people? The labor ministry got to get behind them. Because you work for 5 years, they want to put you down at 1.5. Why is going to give you? They can't give it to you. Then they call out 1.5, they give you one more.
Okay.
So you got to get behind the labor ministry now.
All right, thank you. That's what's on your mind. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
Yeah.
Good evening. Let's hear
Hello?
you. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Is it that more money is just mother from GSA Road if you can't rival in support just a human burger family health movement?
In support of what?
Family health movement to support just a human burger George Mother for GSA Road.
Okay, let's hear you, George.
Thank you for this program this afternoon. I
Okay.
just want to
You calling from where?
appreciate
You say you calling from where again?
I'm calling from GSA GSA
Calling
Road,
from-
GSA Road.
Yeah, I'm concerned because you are saying this afternoon. I thought you were calling from outside the country.
No, but this is six. Most of our country this is six.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. You say afternoon. That's why I'm concerned.
I just want to appreciate Water Spoon and all the effort there for Spoon FM. Yes, thank you for your hard working. Yes, that was it. We KMB for 24 hours. But I just want to tell the KMB money. I just want to tell them, please, we are GKK. The youth are coming. It's not easy to job because when I went around today, our party I saw one people say the job trauma. He started working. But please, I want to tell the coming president now, Monday president, just say you want worker. Please, this job been a very because we got our children, we got our family, we got relatives. In the
Okay.
society, they coming up. But this job didn't mean they take action on
Thank
it.
you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you
Hello?
join us from.
Hello?
Hello, let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, I'm John Flomo. I'm calling from Punia.
John, let's hear you. Welcome.
Okay, I've been hearing on this one. I'm happy to talk on this phone talk today.
All right.
The former forest worker money business is 23,000 former forest workers across the country. During early time, they took their 24 million and 80. Up to now, we're hearing the news that they're supposed to pay the money as part of those things. And they cannot pay the money. This government didn't pay our money. So I want to appeal to the incoming president that when he get there, let him help to pay the former forest worker money across the country. All the 15 countries, they are former forest, workers there, the logging workers.
All right.
So
Thank
that
you.
is what on my mind. I'm appealing to the president. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. All right. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello. Hello. Okay, we lost that person. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello, let's hear you.
Hello.
Hello, I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Yeah, Yeah.
What's on your mind?
Spoon.
This is Spoon.
Okay, my name is Leroy Mo, and I do call you from 24th Street.
Okay, let's hear you, Leroy.
Yeah, what is on my mind is all about since I'm a radio station. You know, my brother, the owner of that radio station need to carry on certain restriction on that radio station. We can get one labor who will be sitting on that radio station insulting other people's father and grandfather. That don't really speak decency. Then he will pretend to be like educated person, which of course you place yourself in that kind of form. And it start to happen here. If we all are coming out or our children coming up, they start to take those things into consideration. You calling yourself a role model that went to school and acquire good education. This is not thing for you to put in place for our upcoming generation. Seriously, it's very much troubling and embarrassing for some of us.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your concern.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling.
Okay, bro.
Let's talk to another person. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
How are you, sir? How you coming on?
I'm okay. Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I'm John, man.
John, what's your last name?
There's a guy that always calls.
John, what's your last name, please?
Former forest worker.
John, can you please call your last name?
I'm Panama. That's my name.
Okay.
But let me make it on the air yesterday.
Mm.
Those guys who call in their former forest worker about 24 million to 3,000 workers, it is a complete fallacy. I challenge them. Invite every document to you. I challenge them. There's a criminal behind Marcus who always taking money from people in the country.
Okay. So
they
we wouldn't allow you to just call in and make sweeping statements or allegations against the character of another person, especially so calling the name of the person on the radio without any facts. But let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Father, CEO of Rejoice Music.
All right.
Yeah, what is on my mind is this, right? I've been feeling so much discouraged when I listen about past government officials looting offices, taking government logistics. So I have this recommendation, right? I want our transitional team to have a fund or a budget set up for all of the government offices. Let the government make sure and how you call it, let the government make sure and put all those in the offices. And when the leaders coming in, let in offices, let them make sure and sign for the people to be using in the offices. So that when they go out tomorrow, it should serve as a deterrent for the upcoming government officials. Because people are taking the CDC government, right? There people are taking that as an opportunity to loot the current ministries and come on. It's not fun. It's not helping our country. It will be in sense of backward.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for calling. Your contribution was well taken. Let's talk to this other person. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I can't just continue with you. Please walk away from the radio before calling us, or better still, you just lower the volume of your monitor, please. Let's talk to another person here. Good evening.
Good evening, Yakati.
Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
I'm Jerry Singer, calling you from Highway.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yakati, I'm just so glad about the inauguration Monday.
All right.
I already get the fever. But Yakati, I always talk about this vehicle issue. I got another concern again.
Okay.
This Chinese light, they can disturb people.
What kind of Chinese like? Oh, the Chinese like that the vehicles use?
That are, yes, on the cars.
Okay.
They can jeans, and some people can use 4, 5.
Yeah.
Besides that, the motorbike. Look, has something they can put on the Yakati. When they park by you, they park. Just go. And some of us don't want to be attacked by high blood pressure. You see, this thing that they can really disturb us when they pass by us on that before they go far up, 3 or 4, 5 times we can get. We best scared of going long and long before we know what's going to do to us.
Oh, you talking about the firecrackers? Are you talking about the firecrackers?
To put routine in place.
All right. I'm sure you're talking about the firecrackers. Thanks for calling and thanks for your concerns.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right, so folks, if you just joined us, it's a reminder that you are listening to the Spoon Talk, your most favorite nighttime show from Odious Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. I'm sitting in here tonight as a producer. I'm Yekezi Zobel. And of course, the time is 8 minutes up to 9 o'clock. And we take more calls here on the show as we're with the CEO and his team of panelists to join us on the show to kind of kickstart some of the trending issues, talking about discussion of some of the trending issues right here in the country. But there are a couple of trending issues that I will let you know about later on, right after we take in the calls. Let's go back to the line and talk to this person. Hello. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello. Okay, I'm sorry. That person is not coming through. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Kofi Kamara calling from Duporo.
Fofi Kamara. Let's hear you, sir.
All right. My concern has to do with Monday, the inaugural program to be held soon in incoming President Joseph Nimabwaka. But thank God that the sitting President Josh Manawia have given strong warning to all of the supporters through Kalasco to make sure every protest plan that they're having, they should cut it off, because we as Liberians, we will not stand for that. We will not accept it. So they should listen and abide by those advices that the president has given to them through Kalasco.
Okay.
I hope they will listen to this and abide by it. We need a peaceful transition, which of course is what all Liberians are expecting. If they don't want to be part of it, let it go and sit home and see how well Liberia will take it better seat for better tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
And I just want to shortly speak to Stanton Waterspoon.
Go ahead.
Are you there with me?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
okay. Yeah.
Briefly.
Yeah, I just want to say Happy New Year to the Spoon family and Stanton Waterspoon.
Mm.
You know, I follow the talk show every day, every night. I don't miss one. But the other time he said something, man. He said he got a dog in America there in his house. It's a black dog, and this dog always disturbing the talk show, especially when he come on the show. And he said he won't give it out. So let's just be reason. Send that dog in Liberia here to me.
I mean,
But let
bye,
him
man.
prepare the pack for
Bye.
everything.
I
Not
thought I
that
see you want
thing,
to.
man.
Okay, bye. Thank you for calling. Yeah. All right, let's
Good
talk to
evening.
this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, Yakazi, and thank you for the show. My name is Augustine Mazako, calling from District 6.
All right, Augustine, let's hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yakazi, let me use it to add my voice to all of the people that have been talking about people abiding by the rules have been set aside for the inauguration.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's very difficult, but there will still be some guys who will violate. Please, I think this is a national program that we all need to support. So if you have your taxi, please do not pass where the police will tell you not to pass. Don't force it. If you try embarrassment for us, seriously, if you know your car is defective, do not put your car on the road during this week to avoid embarrassment, because we need free flow of traffic. So that one road that people will be using the Jonathan route. If your car is defective, please take your car to the garage. Do not put your car on the road to embarrass other people. And do not force it. If you have a motorbike, please try to park your motorbike. Do not plow on the street where they say there is no go zone. Do not go there. Don't force it. Before they say, oh, the police ready again, the police about to do something. Because if people want to take the law, then the people who doesn't know the story will try to film it another way.
Thank
Please,
you.
I'm just appealing to you. Please.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
My name is Vitu Arman, and I'm calling from district number 3.
Okay, welcome to the show. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Thank you so much. I got two issues on my mind, but let me just discuss two quick. The first one has to do with the cleaning up campaign, especially in the Pinsel area. To our side, we do the cleaning up, we pack the dike, and we expect the trucks to come and pick this dike up. But the dike remains there until it's scattered back in the street. So I hope those who are heading that committee will work on it, so that they can help us and maintain the city clean.
Okay.
Quickly, on the inaugural committee, look, Libra is a of one of those days when we felt where was country man. This time around, Libra is a country of law. Respect the law, respect the police. The police will respect you, but equally so you should respect the police. When they say don't go here, please don't go there. Let us learn to respect our own law. That's the only way other people will come and respect our law. If we can't value ourselves, then nobody will value us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. We talked to more call-ups here, but if you just joined us, you are listening to the Spoon Talk or watching the Spoon Talk. That is, if you're watching us via our social media platforms. And of course, this is the What's on Your Mind segment of the show, wherein you given the opportunity to call in and tell us exactly what are some of those burning issues on your mind. So it's about 2 minutes up to uh, 9 o'clock. And yes, once we are joined by our team of panelists, of course, I will be turning over to them to kind of continue the show right here with other fascinating discussions. But in the meantime, between time, let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Good evening. Let's hear your name and where you join us from.
Okay, my name is Miller S. Debla, joining from Chikitu Factory. The host to hold do co-chair. But the only thing I want for you on my mind is I want to take my number, then you send me the course of Spoon Talk. We'll have a program to engage on Spoon Talk about the course.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. Let's try to. Okay, seeing Dr. Richardson in the back. Yeah, let's talk to this caller. This could be our last caller. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, hello, this is Kanji, and I call from Lover Street.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, it is fortunate that President-elect Joseph Numa Baka is inaugurated in good faith. But let us lay the basis of good governance and structure. And this structure I'm talking about is now that President Baka, the president-elect, is going to take over. Let us watch those that we have in government, because the past government, there are a lot of people who misled people. Now, because they have other people in coming government that have interest, and they have influence, they want to pass through them and come and pollute the system. So let us have a new thing. You cannot put new wine in old wine. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. And let me say welcome to Dr. Richardson. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
All right. Good to see
Yeah,
you.
I don't have any research to report today from Nima University. But we'll wait for Dwalu to come back.
Unlike Dwalu.
Yeah, because it appears that he's doing an ongoing research there. Yeah. So how you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good by God's grace.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yourself?
It is extremely cold over here.
Okay.
Everything was closed today. Schools were closed. People stayed home because, especially the area that I am in, it's just cold. It's just cold. So, I mean, you don't even want to get out of bed.
Hmm.
Yep. So the children like it. My grandson likes it. He actually didn't want to come inside. He went out to play in the snow for a little bit. Um, but it's just cold. So that's what's going on this part of the world over here. But I'm glad to be here today. Happy to be here to speak, to the Liberian people to talk about issues in Liberia. Did you give us some updates yet? What's going on? Did you get to that part yet? Is there any
No,
news?
no,
Okay, and
not,
I'd
not
like
yet.
to. I actually read before you come in that
Okay.
the House of Representatives passed a bill that was put on the floor by Musa Bility from Nima County that asked them to declare their assets. So there's going to be assets declaration declared. I mean, assets declaration um, is due, I think, February 1st. They have to do it by February 1st. And they have
Mhm.
to submit all of their, you know, property and how they got the property to the clerk on February 1st, the House of Representative clerk. So, I mean, it passed. Majority of the people in the House voted for it. The lawmakers voted for it. So I think it's an awesome thing that made me happy today. Some people, had concerns about it, and their concerns were they didn't want to make their assets public. So which I thought was interesting. And then some of them just didn't want to include where the source came from. They don't want people to know where they got their funding or their property from, because I think they have to include where they got the money from to have the amount of property that they accrued over the years. So it is just going to be interesting. I think that's a great start. It's a great way that we'll know what they came into, public servant with, and when they're leaving, we'll
Mm.
know. So it was definitely somebody corrected me, say it was not a bill. I don't know if I said I thought it was well, maybe I said it was a bill put on the floor. It said it was a motion put on the floor.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. A motion that was passed. Uh, so I thought it was a good thing. Thank you, Anthony. Okay, anything that you want to add?
Yeah. So there are other issues happening in the country. As you may know, um, we are not anymore far away from the date of the inauguration.
That's
Uh,
Monday, right?
yeah, that's Monday. That's Monday. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be on the 22nd, and so preparations are kind of on the way. But prior to the inauguration, some government officials of the CDC regime are saying goodbye to government, giving way for the incoming administration. So just 4 hours ago, uh, Eugene Nangbe, the Commissioner General at the Maritime Authority, he posted on Facebook announcing his resignation. Even though he's told press about his resignation before posting it on social media, but
Mm-hmm.
he occupied a tenure position. He was left with 2 more years, to occupy that position, but he decided to cut his time there short. So he has officially resigned. And
Mm-hmm.
also, as part of the resignation list, Jefferson Koji, not a resignation particularly, but he had a farewell program, had a press conference today at the Monrovia City Corporation, and he posted just a few minutes prior to the program that he's leaving everything at the Monrovia City Hall. The only thing that he's leaving with is his Bible. Yeah, and that was kind of very interesting. But at a press conference that he held today,
Mm-hmm.
he did admit to this popular criticism against him, that he has failed, to keep the city of Monrovia clean. You
Exactly.
know, yeah, at one point in time, he was on the radio station here and
Mm-hmm.
called him, questioned him about,
Mm-hmm.
the sanitary condition of the city. And he
Mm-hmm.
said he's not a Dunbar hero. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and a lot of people were taken aback, by that statement he made. But today at the press conference, he did admit that he did not do enough to keep the city clean, but he attributed that, to little support, from donors from the international community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also today's Friday, and of course,
I think
I
you're giving them if I can just engage in a conversation. So it's interesting that Jefferson Koji is saying that he's going to leave everything at the city hall and leave with just his Bible.
yeah,
I'm wondering. It sounds to me that he's going through some sort of transformation.
yeah. I mean, it's not the first time that he had sounded that way. I
Okay.
mean, immediately when the sanctions against he and other government officials were released, he
Mm-hmm.
posted on his social media page, you
Mm-hmm.
know, yes, and kind of attributing a lot of things to God, like sounding like somebody who has repented, from his old ways or from his bad ways. So coming up to say that, well, it's not his first time sounding the way, he sounded today on the social media.
Yeah, that's interesting. We'll keep an ear out for his progression. Uh, and see what happens in the future. But I do think that keeping Monrovia clean, the city of Monrovia clean, is part of the responsibility of the mayor of Monrovia. So I just I don't know how anyone can negate that responsibility from the overall responsibility of being a mayor. So yeah, I heard he says that when you were describing how when people call that he didn't think that he was not a Dompa hero,
He
you
was
know.
not done
So
by hero.
yeah, yeah. Okay, that's good. Meanwhile, and someone, it'd be nice to. I've kind of been looking to see the difference. Someone can tell the audience the difference between a bill and a motion that was proffered today because someone was trying to make such a correction. So I think I'm going to assign. I'm going to do my classroom style here. Assign the viewers to educate us about the difference between a bill and a motion regarding the assets declaration because I understand that that law was already in place, so that's is the implementation was a problem. So it was a motion that was proper, I guess, to maybe like everybody just abide by the law today. So okay, so go ahead. I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah. So there are several activities leading to the inauguration, and one of those activities took place today. So today, the 19th of January,
Mhm.
a prayer service, was scheduled at the Benson Street Mosque. And following that prayer service today, tomorrow there'll be a youth concert. It will be held on tomorrow, and that concert is intended to celebrate the vibrant spirit of Liberia's young population.
Mhm.
And also on Sunday, which will be the 21st of January, there will be an intercessory service that will be conducted at the Effort Baptist Church, the church of the president elect, and that will be at 10 a.m.
Mhm.
And that too is meant to seek blessings for the incoming administration. And then, yeah, the 22nd will be the inauguration day as well.
Wow, it sounds like the city will be busy. Yeah, I guess
Yes,
you guys will be very busy. There's a, whole itinerary for how things will occur started today, right?
yeah,
Or
yeah. and there's restriction out there as it relates to, you know, motorcycles, tricycles, plying the street. The police has, released this protocol relative to motorcycles plying the street. So today, on the principal street of Monrovia, you didn't really see a lot of motorcycles, a lot of tricycles plying, even though you could see a few of those still plying the street against the protocol that has been released by the police. But I think
Mhm.
they to some extent try their best to ensure that they are not in huge numbers plying the streets of Monrovia, because we are already, I think some of the international guests might have
Mhm.
already arrived in the country.
Wow. Sounds exciting for Liberia. It really sounds exciting that there's going to be a change in government. So we are just going to watch and see. I'm a little bit, concerned that by this stage, by this time, we have not heard who are going to be in these different ministries, who are going to be heading the different ministries. So I'm a little bit feeling like I'm in the dark about that. So when will we know? I guess after inauguration, is this? I'm trying to think. Did we know it ahead of time in previous government? Like by this time, did we know, or is this customary for these leaders to just hold who they're going to appoint to these different ministries until I guess after they're sworn in.
Yeah. So yeah, in 2018, similar thing happened. There was not any kind of official announcement as it relates to those that are expected to be nominated or appointed to certain positions. We just heard news, speculations
Mm-hmm.
about certain individual occupying or expected to be nominated in certain positions, and that's similar thing we are hearing. We are hearing, speculations of certain individuals, expected to be nominated in certain positions in government following the inauguration of Ambassador Boakai. But we cannot say for sure whether, that is accurate.
Yeah. Well, I'm okay with waiting because honestly, I think I would advise everyone to give this government an opportunity to work to see what they would do. We will give them feedback because that's what we do here on Spoon. But I will see what happens within the next 3 months. My wish is that people will be put in places where they can contribute to the country, they can make an impact. It's not just going to be based on nepotism, which we have a history of doing, or based on friendship, or based on relationships, or based on you work in a campaign.
Yeah,
Because I know
partisanship.
I, that's a tendency that would tend to do that. Just because you worked with the campaign means that you are entitled to a spot. You know, and that's probably why some people worked on the campaign, which I don't think is a good thing. I think we should be working on campaigns because we love Liberia and we want a change. We shouldn't be working with strings attached. But that's the country that we live in. So we'll wait and see. But the speculations, we'll try to give our thoughts on the speculation. I don't know. I don't have a list. I haven't seen. I kind of saw a list, but I'm just looking and waiting. Um, and we'll wait and see what happens in the country. What else happened today? I'm actually looking to see. I like the like we talked about the assets declaration piece. I like that. I'm happy that that happened. Um, you talked about Eugene Nangbe resigning from his tenure position. I'm not even going to talk about it because I'm sure it's going to be a conversation on when the rest of my colleagues come here. It's going to be a conversation, but it's interesting. So just let everybody know that Eugene Nangwe, the head of the Maritime Ministry or agency, actually it's an agency,
Yeah.
resigned. Yeah, he resigned, and he was actually holding a tenure position. I believe his term, he had 2 more years left in his term, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, so if you think about the maritime, you have to look at what are they doing for Liberia, or how do they contribute. But only thing I want to know how you took it from, second class to first class, or how you took it from third class to first class. I want that. That's all good. That's part of the job responsibility. I expect all of those things from you, but I want to know the money that you receive from all those ships that you increase from one year to the other. What happened to it? How did it help the Liberian people that they want? I want to know. If you can't tell me that one there in a way that is sound and it makes sense, then don't even have any conversation. That's not even have, because how you took it from one place to the other, it doesn't even make sense.
Mm.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. Uh, I'm waiting for my colleagues to come through. I can see, are you there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just saw you looking at staring at something. Yeah. So let me see who else is there. Who else? What other news is out there? It's good to know that the motorbike drivers, and I believe the keke drivers, are respecting the rules to stay out of major streets. That's good. Let's see how long that will last. Is it going to be something that will go into effect after this government uh, takes office, after they get into the seats? Uh, I believe during Ellen era, during her time frame, they were not allowed to plow major streets,
Yeah.
and it seems like it worked. So we'll see how that happened. I'm interested in knowing the dignitaries that are arriving in Liberia right now. I'm sure the United States sent someone to represent the government. Do we know anyone who's representing the United States? If
Not yet. Not
Okay,
yet.
okay, okay. Yes, Gibson Giroux. Gibson, stay like, bro, you back. Hello, how you doing?
I'm back. You see, I'm black like that. I'm dark. I thought of Ukraine. No way. See, I'm a still looking at.
Tell me that today. I can't imagine what it was like being Liberia.
I mean, I enjoy it. I enjoy everything. The fun. People
Mm.
coming to
The
visit you.
food.
The power. Oh, I
Yeah.
left my power in the fridge. Oh my God.
You left your power in Liberia?
Oh man, I didn't finish it. Oh, I had a whole 6 gallon of power. I carried all the
But they're
way.
not going to let you to bring it, say it.
I don't know how to. Oh, yeah, I don't think they're gonna let me. They can't give me
No,
the
because
phone.
that liquid, they are going to take it from you. The liquid got to
They're gonna
be
take it from me. Yeah,
inside.
that
Yeah.
is alright. I really enjoy myself with the power.
That sweet power, or that, I know they got
No,
here.
that one when you take one glass, you go to bill.
Oh no, that I don't drink that kind of. I like sweet, any kind of alcohol that got a little bit of sugar in it. That kind of alcohol I can drink. I don't nothing
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the
But
way.
no, Liberia itself,
Mm-hmm.
it's just that it's a dynamic society. Some people poor, some people half poor, some people rich, some people half rich, some
Mm-hmm.
people beg, some people are struggling. And usually when I go, I try to look in the audience or in the public, people who I interact with, the kind of people that come towards me. And
Mm-hmm.
I remember, a lady who came to me.
Mm-hmm.
She, when somebody really needed, she's a girl, she's 23. So I went to buy something, and my wife was there. So she was in the store negotiating with the Indian guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I came outside and she came to the car. She's like, I'm hungry. Look, the
Yeah.
word itself shocked me because she didn't ask for something else. She just said, I'm hungry. And I
Wow.
said, what happened to you? She said, I haven't eaten since this morning. It
Amen.
was around about 4 o'clock. So I've counted 1,000 Liberian dollars and gave it to her. And she ran straight across the road and she called for food and I saw her eating. And I felt so, she was actually hungry. I mean, if I'm going to give the money to her and she'll go do something else, I will
Yeah.
feel
See,
bad for her at
that's
that
cool.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So people, the society is dynamic politically. I wasn't involved with any politics. I had one or two calls for meetings, which I can't disclose, but I
Really?
reject.
Why can you disclose it? They were top meeting.
I can't.
They were
I
private
can't
meeting.
disclose. I reject. I didn't agree to the meetings. I don't want it to look like I'm trying to
Well,
pursue.
was it a meeting for you to start your own radio station, as we've been hearing?
No, I'm not there yet with the radio station. When I'm there, I will let you guys know and say, look, guys,
I know
thank
you could
you
have said.
for having me here, and I'm trying to start something. So I'm not there yet. Yeah.
Mm, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Well, it's good to have you back.
But I'd like to say something though.
Go ahead. Hi,
I
Glenny.
was afraid all along
Hi, Doc.
when I go in the crowd, jail people will mob me, they will cuss me,
For what
they
thing?
will do all kinds of stuff. That's what I felt. And
Mhm.
for me, I let it be honest, because they life you're gonna live it again.
That's true.
Everywhere I went,
Priority prayer, yes.
yeah, it was interesting. Everywhere I went, none of them cussed me. In fact, they were happy, laughing, cheering, and oh my man, yeah, my man, our family was president and my grand and we all laugh. So nobody attacked me, at
Very
least
good.
not yet. But nobody attacked me, and I want to say
Now,
thanks to
only on
all
Facebook
those.
if they attack you.
Uh, well, Liberia can be different sometimes.
Yes. No, I know what you mean.
Mhm.
I know what you mean.
But all those who can curse me, I saw some of them. I
You
saw
said,
three of the guys who've been cursing me.
oh, really?
One lady and two guys, and he said, "Hey, you see everything I can tell your coconut here." I said, "Oh, that you can be telling me about coconut is okay."
They got traffic out control.
Yeah, I said, "You see the coconut here now?" She said, "Oh, yeah. I thought you're not friendly or the way you can be behaving on the radio." I said, "Look, I'm not like that. I'm just on
You
the
just
radio. That's a different.
it
They've
is.
seen in the community is a different. But they were very nice to me. They greeted me. One other guy was on a motorbike. He
Mhm,
saw me in the pickup. He told the motorbike guy to turn around, and he
mhm.
chased me all the way going towards Boulevard.
Oh,
And
wow.
he told me, stop. I said, I stopped it. I told the driver, I said, stop, stop. He stopped.
Mhm.
He said, Gibson Jerry Rice, he said, I just have to shake your hand because I've been
Oh,
seeing you cussing out, Papa. I want I felt so good. I hugged him, instead of shaking, I came down from the car, hugged the guy, we laugh. And so, look, people come here, they cuss me, they do this. I don't think it's a hurt. And I see the reason why we don't get mad with these people when you go among them. That's a different ball game. They treat you differently. They're not going to mob you. They're not going to, hurt you. I don't think they can do that at this point in time. This is media thing. They understand that we
mhm.
have our sides. And I say thanks to all of you. I mean, I now know that I can continue to hate JMB harder because I know they'll not do anything to me.
Look at you. Look at it other way. Well, it's great having you back,
Yeah.
Gibson. I'm sure the comments will be interesting tonight again. They always, you know, write interesting stuff. So that's really good. Glenny was here. I was gonna ask her that she left. What's on her mind. We're waiting for the rest of our um, colleagues to come here, and then we can go ahead. But yeah, so Glenny, what's going on with you? How you doing?
Hello, everybody.
Are you
I'm
still?
listening to Gibson. So all the people, what he get, you can't talk together. You're still thinking in the background that somebody was mobbing.
You're still scared. You're still scared.
You were still
I was
scared. Like, oh, my
I saw a
people.
certain group of crowd while I go there. And I get it there. I stopped there. I said, wait. Wait, got it. I didn't know my
You
small brother.
separate.
He said, oh, that
I
you.
know.
Mhm.
Well, just excited for today. A lot of things are happening. Watching today, the snow is a lot here where I am. So
Mhm.
no work today. They didn't even, I mean, our area, the people scared of snow, so they didn't even plow anywhere.
I know.
So I just been home today. I was able to watch a little bit of Koji. I guess it was his closing speech or
Mhm.
ending his term speech.
Mhm.
Watching where he said he's not going to take anything. He will only take his Bible with him. I said, "Oh, he got a Bible there. That's good." Watch. Yeah, he said You're not taking anything from the capital from the city hall except his Bible. Then I watched a little bit of JMB at the mosque today, the service they
I saw
had.
that. Yeah, I didn't
And
watch it. But I
so,
saw.
and so one of the things I saw doing I don't when JMB was driving, it said the city looks so clean. The streets
That's
are
what
so
I'm
clean.
hearing.
They're
Well,
so
kudos to this
clean.
guy.
I just hope
Kudos
that they
to.
can they've done so much work. I just pray that they can maintain it, you know.
I think they should put some signs up.
Yes, they
You
should
know,
to create
no
awareness.
littering.
Yeah, so
Or
that's
you
basically
you'll be
all.
fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's good. That's good. Anything else, Ken? I mean,
No, that's basically all. That's everything I think I saw. There's a video going on with this little girl who gave a speech.
yeah.
Her name
So
is
that's good.
Angie. I saw it. Pretty impressive.
Mhm.
Everybody's looking forward to. We haven't heard yet who's coming, but we're hearing that people are already dignitaries are arriving.
Yeah, I want to know who's
We want to
coming.
know who's there, who's coming. Is
Yes,
able to
because
tell us like who has arrived.
yeah, I wish maybe Spoon Power should have their
Yeah.
guys out there so we can know who's there. That would tell us, our
Who's
relationship.
here? Who has signed in? Who has checked in so that we
Where
can
they-
know?
where they eating, where they staying. Me, I want to know what
Yeah. Won't be. We're not there. We didn't make it, but we won't be in the
I
fight.
don't know. Yeah. Somebody just sent me this information. It says on Facebook, Mo Ali's page, and they said that they printed 5,000 invitations and have distributed them. But most of the UP people are saying they didn't get any invitation or they didn't receive their 5,000 invitation yet. So he said, Mo Ali said he didn't receive invitation either. I don't think Mo Ali should be getting invitation. I mean, for a souvenir, but he should be in the heat of things.
Yeah, he should be counted amongst the people who's getting it. But interestingly, there was I don't know if you've seen it. There was a picture I saw last night on Instagram that I shared with Claire Weir and Mrs. Boyka.
Yes, I saw that.
It was just, I mean, it just showed it was just it's so solid. I mean, so lovely. It just looked. It gave a sense of unity. It was an amazing photo to see the two of them hug each other, and that picture actually is trending today. Everybody's sharing it. Everybody have their interpretation. So we're looking forward. They might not meet on with the news. Then I share the news so we can.
I know because I like you said something about that picture yesterday. I think you commented on the outfits.
Yes.
I thought that was interesting. I didn't even pay attention as much. I was
so Mrs. Boyka had on the purple and Claire had on the coat suit. But it was a very nice picture. I think they had a good gathering with what they showed. So we're looking forward to Monday.
Yeah. My own Gibson, I only want, and Gibson, please feel free to join this conversation. I only want them since Claire had money in the budget for her. It's only fair moving forward that the first lady should have money in the budget for her office. It shouldn't be, because I think this is the first time that we put money in the budget for the first lady, so they shouldn't deprive Bokai's wife from getting her share. So that's my only thought about that right now. I saw the picture. I want to wait and see. I don't believe that relationship that we are so.
You know that picture now.
I think I don't believe that the picture portrays the relationship because yeah, great. That's awesome. Thank you for putting that out. Okay, let's study the body language now. What are you seeing in that picture?
So I wasn't talking about this one. Actually, there was another one that they were hugging. This one looks like you said. You're the professional, so you
prim and proper. They're looking prim and proper. Like okay, let that look here. Like we here to be
like a setup. Let's just act the parts.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this one are they holding hands over there or no?
Yeah, I think they were. And if you watch the video there, a lot of the time when NTK was trying to climb, Claire Weir was holding her hand to help her climb and help her, like giving her. Most of the time when they were walking, they were holding hands. Yes.
That's very nice. Gypsum Carey, what are you saying at it? What you looking with something like I know that what are you looking at a
I
picture?
know, yeah.
What you say?
I'm not always negative. I'm positive sometimes, but I see the picture
You always negative.
uh,
Yeah. Me,
like
I let you
The cloud we are is telling the old man and say, "Oh man, me are leaving. Yeah, it was not easy with me. They give me hell. You coming in, so she happy leaving. Thank God somebody can be stepping in his shoes. And then the old man too, a little that she don't know what to expect. It's an unsuspecting person. She's smiling. My daughter, now your time go. My own time, I can make it good. I think that what she's saying. Women always, they are very careful. But the only thing, the budget part, I think they should be able to put the budget and prescribe the office of the first lady what the first lady ought to do. There must be a more refined way of the first lady doing something rather than just putting budget in the well, put allocation in the budget and say the
Yes.
first lady office going to get 500,000 or 1 million or 2 million a year or per budget year, and there's no prescription that she can use it at her own discretion. They can put something there. They can prescribe something that this budget is going to take so and so and so. That way, she work towards an objective and not just a random approach to how she spend the money.
So
Sometimes
do
the
you think
project,
that she
let's
should
say,
get Gibson? Do you think she should have the freedom to decide on what she wants to work on? Because I'm just looking at like so this country. Usually, when the first lady comes in, like Nancy Reagan was working on drugs. Michelle Obama did nutritional stuff. She wanted people to be healthy. I don't know what Mrs. Trump did. So
that's not one of the first lady that.
yeah, when I first did it, yeah, if I don't know what she did. I mean, I really don't know. I can't remember. But so do you think that this should at least have the will to decide on what they want to do, or and submit a budget, or what do you think? I think maybe that's why they have a
I
black
believe
lady.
your question is giving her a free hand to make a decision as to where she can make impact. If that is your concern, I agree with you. It's good to give people the free hand to make impact. But imagine if you were giving any minister a free hand to decide what he wants to do to make impact.
Mm-hmm.
All ministries are established with specific responsibility of what they are supposed to do. Now, the office of the first lady, we're not going to tell you, oh, do youth program, oh, do women program, oh, do disabled people program. No, we can talk about social engagement, and in our social engagement, she can choose what she can prioritize. We can also talk about this money will be geared towards health and sanitation. So in the health and sanitation, she can decide whether she want to do reproductive health or help women with reproductive health or anything. She can choose that. That way, she know that she's working towards a goal. It is not in the Constitution, and it's not banned in the Constitution, so the legislature can pass an act that say the office of the first lady will be responsible to do X, Y, Z projects or responsibilities. Then she know that when she gets that money, she know what she's looking up to. But if you just, I mean, in America, people are more refined. People are more methodological. They are sometimes they, even if you talk about first lady or Trump, we don't know what she did, how much money she had, what was she doing, we don't have a tangible, something that we can put our hands on. But we can do it in Liberia. We can be the first country in Africa to say, look, the office of the first lady is an act in the law
Yeah.
that she can do this. So when she getting her budget, nobody came to crack and say, oh, the money too much. But the money too much, but look at the job that they gave her. So this is the reason why the people always say, Claudia money is too plenty. What she doing with it? Even if she build out that girls center,
Yeah, they've
how
cleared
how
for
the impact,
children of something, you for something like that, 3 or 4,
right?
nothing.
You know, so like you go to the village, you ask the people, then you go build hand pump. Do they want hand pump or do they want toilets? So sometimes if you know,
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to restrict the first lady. So I
women
believe
power.
and I'm also not one who gives him belief that just because America did it, that we Liberians should do it too. I don't believe in that because America has a system. The first lady comes in, she basically decides on what she wants to focus on. But I actually think that this was the first time we did this in the budget. So I
It's
want
going to
to
be audited.
yes,
If we're calling
that's what
for
I'm saying.
a
I want
holistic
to see
audit of government
audited.
officials and people who receive public funds, can the first lady be audited? No. Because under the law, she does not have any responsibility, any funds allocated based on law. Therefore, her auditing will not be permissible. Because
Well,
she don't have
yes.
any public function responsibility.
So maybe this go around because she was the first person who got money allocated. So maybe this go around they'll be able to exactly kind of fine tune how much a first lady needs. What projects she should be working on. If you say you are interested in children, are you are you going to be building a school or whatever? Or maybe they should just have this pot of money available and then the first lady submit requests for that pot of money. So it won't be like she just have the freedom to just use any kind of money that she at her disposal because she has it. So if you say I'm going to build school, you kind of put a budget together of like every penny should be counted for, and you submit it to I know the executive branch or whoever office that you think she would be giving the money. But yeah, that's what I think. Glenny, we're talking about the first lady
Yeah.
budget, how to do it.
Yeah.
Lucy is thinking maybe, we shouldn't just have it free. We should put some kind of stipulation to it that they do something with the money. But I'm thinking it's kind of hard because that restricts them to not bringing their own thoughts or their own interests.
Yeah.
Some
I
people
think,
yeah, like I said, like Nancy Reagan wanted to do drugs, just said no to drugs. You know Mrs. Biden, I think someone just reminded me she's into education there. She came from a community college. Michelle was into nutritional business, and what Mrs. Trump,
I think
Melania.
Mrs. Trump, I think she was on, isn't she? I think she was trying to be a champion for bullying children.
Well, I don't know. She was disjointed. One of them was children, and then
And maybe Cape speech.
there we go. They she was doing the flowers, she all the decoration in the White House. She changed the lawn and all of that one there. So I don't know what she was doing. So
Yeah.
yeah.
But I think it's a good thing, like Gibson said, it's not a governmental position. But if they're allocating funds for her to use and she has projects, then she has to be able to prepare a budget, request for she can do whatever she wants, but it's government funding. She has to give account of the money that she's going to use. And I think, like you said, I don't think they should take her away. I think she should have the liberty to do projects, whatever she wants to do. But she has to remember that those are taxpayers' dollars.
Exactly.
And so we have to know what, if she wants to build a school, we need to know what kind of school. If she wants to open a trade center, how much did she spend? And if they give you $1 million, how much did you spend towards that project? So that there's an allocation, or that that nothing was used personally on itself, but it was allocated for projects. So I think it's a good thing. I hope also that they will not try to reduce the amount. Because everybody's saying, "Oh, we ain't got this now, or reduce this other one, reduce that other one."
It will sure be reduced because people say they got money.
Yes.
Yeah.
For me, I just feel like this whole thing is like my wife telling me, Gibson, every month you got only 1,500 to use. And I asked her, so how much you going to use? She said, well, I got too many things. I got to go in the market. I got to do this. So you got to let me.
No argument.
But 1,500 said too much for you. What you need 1,500 for? $500 for you.
Okay, I beg you to convince her before she gets in
I hope she's listening.
I hope she's not listening before she changes. Because
you cut that budget down. Your budget, gas money per week.
So 1,500, I got family members at home. I got some people there to take care of, some children. Yeah. But why she can't do her own the budget? And they still talking about 5 ladies just now.
The one has to run your home.
Yes. Why you want to
She
give
got
her
a children
budget?
to take care of. She got to go shopping for food. Then she got a
It's
car.
Josh.
Then all that she got to pay the bills and all of that stuff there. Who I pay a bill in your house?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'll
I know
hold
my
my
own
breath
life.
before
Pay
she
bills,
come
so
on. Yeah, but this is not fair.
KFC said they wanted that trap. Let me leave it alone.
No, I only want to very good before she yeah. So
you're not sure too with me. Oh God. Yeah.
well,
But
look,
I also think
the first
think
lady,
that
the
now
office of the
that
first lady, I think what has happened over the years, it has not been taken seriously. And this is a typical Liberian attitude about how they see women. They think that they cannot measure women to a man's capacity where you can get responsibility. Oh, that first lady, just give her something so she can go around to and not be sitting down, not doing nothing. I think
that's
that
some money, or that's more though. That's something you
yeah, that's more money. That's more money.
yeah.
But as over the years, the first lady are not getting anything like that. But as the time went on, more money start going to the first lady. So I mean, I want the first lady to be audited. At the end of the day, I want Madam Jane B to be audited. When they give her public money, she need to show account. I mean, how she used the money. If it is already in the budget, that way we know that the first lady is showing responsibility to what she is being, asked to do. She can get all the free hands she want to do to spend the money, but if they are auditing, they should audit the office of the first lady. I don't know if that would even be possible.
Well, I wonder if I was in the shoes of Mrs. Buckeye, I would actually ask for an audit and inventory from Claire We Are, because
What she
Mrs.
use
We
her
Are,
own money for?
yes, because I don't want to walk into something and know that you establish a school, but maybe you left the school undone. So who's going to finish the school? Is that a first little project? Is that a personal project? And people, and I believe that they've been getting money from outside organization. I mean, I think that position can be used so well to solicit money from different international organizations for the Liberian people. But if I were her, I want to know just how everybody doing transitional report. Everybody tell me what left, what you did, blah blah, blah. I think the first lady needs to do that. She needs to be able to write a little letter for Mrs. Buckeye and say, "This is what I started. This is what I did. This is where we stopped. The children I moved to the school. We need this teachers or whatever. You can continue it. You can advocate for this, or I pass this on to the Ministry of, I don't know, Education or Health or whoever." But yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
I think it's true too, but I also think that they need to, because Claire Weir was the first, so they may not have had the time to really plan it out well, and to say this is what you're going to do, and so she had the liberty to do whatever projects she wanted. But it also needs to be stipulated, because if they're using government funding, then those projects they're working on, it's not personal. So, like you said, when you're leaving, you're turning over, so there's a continuity. So she's leaving over now. We know that she was doing the City of Hope. We know that she was doing the project for the elderly people in Grand Passa. We need to know, where are those projects right now? Are they up and running? How do I continue it? So they have to
who continues it?
Yes, who continues it? They have to look at it and have it spelled out, because you're using government funding. So when someone leaves, you know that when the next person that comes, she's going to pick up from where you left off, because these are government entities, government things you're implementing.
Yeah,
so I think it'll be good for them to talk about it some more.
Yep. And I was telling Gibson, I don't know if you heard me, I think that if the first list, if she says that she wants to build a school or open a hair factory, or I think she'll do an itemized budget. What is it going to cost you? And then submit that budget, and then let people see it, even though it may be in the confine of your budget. But then let it be a public thing. Right now, we don't know how much the City of Hope costs, or whether they were private donor, they were government donors, so we really don't know. So I think it'll be a good thing if, we start looking at the First Lady's budget keenly. Yeah.
And to be honest, I think that City of Hope is supposed to be turned over to the incoming First Lady. That's my personal opinion. Because even if you're First Lady, I mean, let's say that originates in when you become First Lady. I say when, I say if. So maybe you are in it. You are in the next line of first lady.
I'm not. My husband got zero interest. Zero interest. Let me tell you.
When Glenna become first lady, the thing is, it has to be a systematic process where when one first lady is building an institution, when Glendy arrives in front of a Lebanese man as first lady, and she say, "I want you to give me 50,000 for the project I'm doing," they're not giving her money to her because she's Glendy. They're giving the money to her because of the stature.
Correct.
She is first lady.
Correct.
She is a public figure. So she's using her public persona to raise money. So Claudia, they're not getting money because she's Claudia. She never raised that money when she was in America. She didn't come to Liberia when George Weah was not president. She didn't go around to get money to build the city of Hope. Nobody gave her money, probably. But when she became first lady, who doesn't want to be associated with the first lady? Who doesn't want to get the ears of the first lady? Because if you have the ear of the first lady, definitely you have the ear of the president. Because she would be wanting in the ear of the president to make sure that your grievances are heard. So based on that, people give money to the public figures. So it is not for personal property. And I read that it say personal initiative. I don't think it's about personal initiative. And that's why we need to itemize what they are going to do. And they're going to turn over these things to the next first lady to finish it. That way we have a system. We want to see Madam JMB going to the city of Hope and actualizing it, bringing young girls, bringing tailoring there, they're doing the sewing, bringing other people, bring computers, they learn computers. And they say, oh, even though we have started it, but Madam JMB finished it. And today we have, oh, Madam JMB, now you want her. You say, hey, I beg you.
Hey, Casey. It's a time yellow.
That not even true. That not even true. The woman hugging.
Wait, she holding the hey, I beg you. Wait.
Look at you.
Go somewhere.
Now you might have status there sharing the picture here because I know him.
That Westernized hug versus traditional hug.
Yes.
Traditional hug. So that the Westernized people when hug you, they like to hold you and all that.
And then that true talk, and then you know the
yeah,
but the black was short.
Yeah.
So she's supposed to bow down to her to hawk. Not stay on top of her. That true talk.
That's true. Yeah.
Every time I hug a woman, I can see that they can do the neck like this. That is a reception, but she did already that day. Oh, you get way, I come in.
No, I'm trying to tell you that.
That'd be fun. I can call my little brother now. You want to hug somebody, you hug them like this. They know your neck resting on their shoulder, their neck resting on your shoulder. But Madam First Lady, come in, just do ahead of there.
But one taller than the first lady, number one.
Yes.
That. And number two, Casey, some people like we traditional like people, we like to hug interestingly, but people like Claire, we had they live in America a long time, or American people ready to hug you, they give you the whole but we'll be thinking about all kind of things, what a person bringing, what you hugging me, what kind of you got good hat, black hat, all kind of different things. So we'll be giving we'll hug you a reservation, So depending on the age, I know my parents, affection was something that wasn't typical, that they tend to want to just do it all the time. It's a learned behavior. So maybe the age differences in there, if that we are sharing affection, that's what we saw as well. But yeah, it's good that they were,
But I think overall, it was a warm hug. I mean, with all of the propaganda that Gibson started right now, I don't want to print up and they will interpret that hug. I think it was a warm hug. It was heartfelt in my interpretation. It was a good hug.
Yeah. But Gibson,
you don't know how long Madam JB been planning for that office. They're wasting your time. They're hugging today. You can let's start the hugging today.
You trying to say that one having sleepless nights?
I know, right?
She could be fresh, did it not?
Every time I driving right by there, I looking to see when she will pull her hair and say, Casey, hello.
What kind of time? Or my time? Yeah. Jesse, I want to go back to something you were saying. I don't think that the first lady should be held responsible for the work of a previous first lady, because see, maybe that may not be her interest. Maybe the way how the first Claire we are built that home may be the Mrs. Bucker may have a different view, a different thought, different design, different understanding of how children should be, put in that building or should learn. So I don't know if I want to be responsible for, to say pass it over to me. That one was getting, if somebody said, it reminded me, $1 million a year. So you can't finish if the school isn't finished, or if it is finished, I don't know. But that's a lot of money for a school to be done and running and up and with students and consultants and experts and everything too, in my view. And I think this is why they need to cut their measurement according to the size. So if you overdid it and build, elaborate school where now you okay, Glenn?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay. Yeah, you need to, be looking around for money now, then it's a problem.
Yeah. They need to, and it's true. If you go in to do a project, you need to start to finish. Something that's measurable, something that you'll be able to complete before your term is over, because it also means that what may be your interest may not be the next person's interest. She won't build, set her hope, she won't open hairdressing school. It may be something else. So you have to be able to do projects that are measurable, meet up with those schools so that they're up and running when the next person, and the only thing they need to do is to make sure it continues running and not to come finish your project, because else it's just gonna sit. It's just gonna sit there. Yeah.
I think it's too limiting to count on the next female, the next first lady to finish a project or to start a project or to be involved in a project. But just moving along, what did you guys think? Today I read about assets declaration that the House of Representatives voted that the lawmakers in the House should share or submit the assets declaration by February 1st, I believe, to the clerk. I thought that was an awesome move. That was a smile for me today. I hope they do it.
Yeah, I hope they do too. I think it's something that's expected. They should do that. We should know what money they're coming with and know when they're leaving, what they're leaving with. It's like the people from the WIA government, they were supposed to declare what their assets are and while leaving office, and they didn't. So I think it's something that needs to be enforced. Like when Dylan was here the other day, I think he said it's either today or Sunday. He and Yumli, they were going to declare their assets. So I think it's something that needs to be done so that so people we know. It's a part of us knowing what you came with. Like right now, people asking me to ask Gibson whether Jamaica resort is of the government, because that's where we are in the government from. He said, please discuss Jamaica resort because I where the person was working for, whether that government property or that.
I won't know what there for the government. Maybe there was either Baba there or they got. Look,
yeah, but I think they need to. That was a brilliant move. The first 2 days, and they're talking about that. That stays a lot.
Yes.
Yeah,
I have a little issue with this asset declaration. First of all, if you want to be in government, you don't get to maintain your privacy if you get to be in government. So you can declare your assets. I want to see DeLon's asset. He went into government with $3 US. I want to see how much he's declaring at this point. And we want to see if we have the chance to say, let's print out your bank statement before people transfer funds. Because when they want to declare, then they take all the money from inside and they declare it, then they put the money back. But yes, it is a very great thing that they have started. The only thing is it would negatively affect those who are just coming. Those who are already there, they got small money, so they will put their money there. For those guys who are coming who are broke, they don't have money, they will put their little small money there. And then at the end of the day, we'll see how much they are making, lifestyle audit, lifestyle, how they behave, how many houses they are building.
Either Congo mayor or known for.
Yeah, lifestyle audit. That's and it should be because These people that are coming, I see so hungry picking. I see one of my picking, he win too. The men are hungry man. If they get motorbike, the men win. Okay, fine. I'm gonna watch the man from now on until 1 year pass. Let me see how his life changes compared to what he's supposed to earn and why he came in government. Those are things we need to look at. I really appreciate that. I hope they will go by it. And JMD sort of declaring asset too. He just gave people 1 million, more people 1 million, I think 10 million. And he got to tell us what his asset look like. He should be the first.
You mean it burned victims?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Okay, so is it 50? 50 like burned out?
It was 50,000 US or something, and 10 million Liberian dollars.
I'm putting Liberian dollar.
Yeah, Liberian dollar, 10 million
US.
Liberian dollars.
Thank you sir for calling me because I can multiply it.
Oh,
well, you can multiply it. But I think it's something that they need to do. I think it's an important thing that they do. Looking forward to hearing because Dylan came on
$9.5 million. $9.5 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Dylan declared Dylan came with $3, like you said.
Yes,
I remember that conversation. So it doesn't matter how much you have. If Dylan could have declared $3, then anybody can say this is what I have.
Yeah.
And but believe it or not, some people were against it, or some people were hesitant.
Yeah, they were upset that he did that. Yes, because they know it will come forward. They will have to do the same thing, and that's what's happening now. And on the show the other day, he boldly said that he and Yombly, they're going to make sure that it's done before Monday.
Oh, great!
So we'll look forward to seeing that.
Yeah,
but even if they're not $3, you see right now, you see $10. The men were working. He got paycheck. So we expect that we will not see the same $3.
No, I don't expect to see. If I see $3, I'll have
$7,000 a month. If you multiply 7,000 by 12 months, we're not expecting to get anything more than what you're supposed to get. So really? 7,000 by 12 months. That's 7,000. So that 5,000 by putting at 7,000. You divide by 12 months, you get 84,000 US dollars a year.
Uh-huh.
So if Dylan is declaring his asset, that includes his property, his vehicle, personal vehicles, his bank account, all of that. But
so how will you be fair to the other people who didn't declare now?
Well, he who talk of equity must come with clean hand. They may not talk about equity, come with dirty hand.
So, but I think they should pay a fine, or they should be punished if they don't.
No, I'm not going to be too high on the law.
So I think everybody should.
I think they should do it. It's a requirement that they need to do it. If they don't do it, like you say, yes, there's something that needs to happen. I just want to see that when we have the opportunity to watch them, they have to be able to. It's a big pet peeve of mine. It's a serious form of professionalism. You can't just be talking all over the place. Get somebody talking, you walking around, you on your cell phone. And I don't even understand if they understand how it looks. This is our House of Representatives. This is the Senate, the House of Senate. And you see them, they're not even paying attention. Everybody's talking.
That's a good point.
They have to be able to. And another thing too, like most of the time, they come late. Session has started and they're so late. They come very late to work. It's something that they need to look at, and they need to. It may not matter to them, but it also gives us the appearance that they're not serious of the people's business, and they gotta be serious.
You're right, and I have observed that. But you know what, my pet peeve is that sharing of the microphone. I have an issue.
Yes.
Yes. I don't like that at all. That's a
at least the senators, they changed their own now, and that's was something that I think Dylan came and said we can't be doing this. At least the senators, everybody have their own. But the House of Representatives, they need to do better. They need to do a whole lot better.
Like that. Oh, and then yes, because when they all be speaking and acting like that market ground, we can't hear what they say. A lot of times you gotta strain the ear. It's true, Gibson. But I wanted to ask you though. The citizenship thing is still on my mind. And Gibson, you are not here when we had that discussion. I know how Glennie feels about it a little bit because we both were strong about it, like knowing where we stand as people who live, Liberians who live in the diaspora, what our limitations are in terms of serving our country when we do return. And And so I've been thinking Steven Johnson had, and I hope he's listening. I hope he's going to come on tonight. He had made a proposal. He said that he thinks that we in the diaspora should be tax, okay, a certain threshold of us should pay taxes. I thought about that. That's not a bad idea, but I pay taxes here. I have expectations of things that my money should cover, like cleaning the streets. They will clean the streets eventually with the snow. I have water in my home. They come and pick up my garbage. So those are the things that my taxes pay for. But I wonder if we were to, which I don't oppose to, if we make a certain threshold of income, maybe $15,000 could be the threshold. They can say, okay, we're going to tax you maybe 5% or 10%. But then, number one, make sure you have the correct mechanism for me to pay that taxes. Number two, make sure that I receive benefits from paying, the tax to the Liberian government. So I don't know what do you guys, what's your thought about that?
I disagree on. I ain't paying no tax for anybody for being American. But look, here's the thing: we're not North Korea. North Korea citizens go abroad when they work; they have to pay taxes. Otherwise,
American people too.
American people, if you have a business registered in America and that business is making profit, you pay taxes here. But if you don't have a business here, you go to Liberia and making a business, you're an American citizen, you don't want a responsibility to pay taxes because you're not registered under American law. So that's the difference. But I mean, I would love if I had a business registered in Liberia and I come to America and I'm using that business to raise money here, to make money here, then you can talk about me paying the taxes because it is on the Liberian document that I'm legal to do business. That's not the same thing. But you raise a very good point. The other people out there are paying their taxes. We still see the street broken. Then all you want to do, first of all, you say we shouldn't do anything. We cannot contest anything. We cannot do anything once they become citizens of America or whatever. They can participate in anything, but you want their money.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not fair. Look, I will be one of the first person to challenge that law that say you cannot contest. It has to be tested. It is against the rights of Liberians per the Constitution, and those who they feel they can back. I can file for citizenship. Those who become citizens of America should not lose their citizenship of Liberia according to the Supreme Court ruling. If the government of Liberia can institute a legal process against that person and realize that, well, you are a citizen of America, so we give you the opportunity to denounce that citizenship for you to be our citizen. And if the judge rules on that, then it becomes legal process. But nobody coming to tell me tomorrow and say, oh, this person is a citizen, therefore they cannot contest. Somebody need to challenge that law. It is not fair. But I'm not paying no taxes for my business in America just because I have business in America. Therefore, I should pay taxes to Liberia. The people that are paying taxes, whether you manage your taxes for, let's see what you're doing. Once you manage your taxes and the taxes are being taken care of, we will be encouraged. We'll be encouraged to pay the taxes. If I'm doing business on the ground, I will have to pay taxes on the ground because I'm doing business on the ground. That's legitimate. And that is what people should do. If you have a business, don't shy away from paying your taxes, which is something I can advocate for. But because somebody living, a guy came to America, he's working in the factory here, struggling how to pay his bills. Then the Liberian government say you working in the factory there, send money for our taxes. What kind of taxes you looking for? How is it going to be? How are you going to use? You're not even using the one you have, then you're looking for people outside of the country. I don't think it'd be going to be fair to any Liberian living in America and other parts of the world who are struggling to pay their bills and they're looking for government of Liberian taxes to remit. And what will be the benefit for it? Because if I pay taxes, I expect to get benefit. I expect to get something, either public benefit or personal benefit or some communal benefit. What is it that I'm going to benefit? What if I don't want to even come back to Liberia? If I just want to stay. I have somebody who said they're not going back to Liberia. One of my friends, the guy said, I'm not stepping my foot back to Liberia. I'm done with Liberia. Since I left that place, I'm not going back there. Whether it's going to be true or not, But what if the man decides he's not going back to Liberia, but he's going to pay taxes to Liberia? So I don't think it makes it realistic. If that guy who decides not to go back to Liberia, you force the man to pay taxes, they may go to factory work hard. That's the first thing. Can you take someone that you're teaching money and send it to Liberia? I don't think I can do that. But if you do business in Liberia, if you get business in Liberia, if you get job in Liberia, you should not hesitate to pay tax because it is a good thing to do. And that I will advocate for.
No, Gibson, of course, we have to follow up to see, because I do believe that if you're an American citizen, you are responsible to pay taxes to the American government if you work outside of the government. But I don't know the intricacies of that law. But I think it's interesting. But yeah, I can see both sides. It's just I was saying. So Steven had brought this up, and I've been thinking about it, and I'm saying, you know what? I don't mind paying. If let's say if it set a threshold of $15,000, say if you made more than $15,000, I wish I hear what you're saying, Gibson. That you should take they will put tax a certain percent, maybe 5% of your $50,000 will be taxed. But when I pay taxes in this country, there's expectations that I have, where my money will go to. So if they can, I'm sure there's no guarantee in that. And plus, there's no mechanism as to how they're going to collect this tax, because just simple thing about citizens voting, we got to go all the way back to Liberia to vote. I can't imagine how they're going to work taxes and all of those things. But that was just something I was thinking about. Denny, did you have anything? I called Stinson. I don't know where they are, where he is. I hope that everybody's okay.
Yeah, I think it's true though. Like Gibson is saying, there has to be a lot of perks for us to be able to do that. Like a simple thing of even allowing us, even when they dual citizenship, the first thing they can do to appease us outside Liberia is to allow us to vote. Whether we're in the country or not, we should be able to allow to vote. So it's like we're not going to pay money to say, okay, we're going to pay taxes to the government because we're dual citizens and we want to be participatory, and we don't know what part of the bargain we're going to meet or what we're going to get in return. So it's going to be difficult to sell that one. I don't know how. I mean, it was just a suggestion from Steven, but there are a lot of things they're going to have to do about that. So we'll see how that occurs.
I was actually kind of disturbed by the fact that to register to vote, I had to go to Liberia, and then to vote it, then you got to go back again. That's a lot of money from our part. So, it was kind of disturbing. And when you speak to other countries, like, I have some Kenyan friends, they have dual citizenship, but they can vote right here. They got to go back home.
They got to go to the embassy.
Yes, they go to the embassy and to, or either the consular office that is nearby and vote. But, when you ask us, you say you get dual citizenship, but then you say we got to go back to register to vote, especially when they had changed the registration period. So some people had already had a ticket. So, I mean, it was just a big mess for me. It was not planned well. It was not orderly. So, so I hope they should get, if they want us to pay taxes to show that we're citizens, they should get the act in order, convince us and give us a lot of perks. I think that's what Gibson was saying. Well, I don't know where the rest of, I know I have a suspicion, even though he didn't say that Dwalu is traveling, they're trying to make it, even though some of us couldn't make it, they're trying to make it.
They're trying to make it. But I don't know if you all saw, there is something going around today. I don't know if it's the Teachers Union of Liberia. They wrote a letter asking that the decision for McGill to be on the elections committee in the Senate to be changed. Education committee to be changed. So I don't know how far that's gonna go, or whether they can change that if it's for the. I said to somebody, one of my friends, I was like, that when we that was something we talked about at first, and we because one of the questions we had was what was the criteria. When Dylan came on and we asked him, there's no criteria. Wow. If you're a senator and the people vote you and they want you there, that's it. So he said there's no criteria for any committee. The only criteria is that you have to be a senator and you have to serve on committee or be committee chairs. You have to be a senator or you have to be a representative. The subcommittee members are the ones that are appointed by the speaker and the pro tem. But he said there's no criteria. And it's almost in to tie in his point, you can clearly tie in with the voting of the senators and representatives. There's no, whether they have, there's no master degree, there's no bachelor, there's no high school. If the people in your district know you and you're popular enough and they think you can effect a change, they vote for you. So it's the same way. And at first, when I didn't know what the criteria was, I was like, my gate shouldn't be, the sanctuary officials shouldn't be. But if they already were voted in, what's worse? If the people already made them senators and representatives, I don't know how far that's gonna go. I think one of the reasons people are talking about it is because there are certain committees that have a lot of foreign influences. And, they have to deal with foreign governments. So it's like if you have like America and the education committee, you have someone like Miguel, those people that sponsor students, sponsor different projects to the education ministry. Is like, how will they interact with Miguel? I think that's what the concern is, but we'll see what that will do.
Yeah, you're right. I'm actually reading that press statement from the Professional Educators Association of Liberia. They call them PEAL, in collaboration with the National Teachers Association of Liberia, Natal, and the National Association of Liberia School Principals, and the National Parents Teacher Association of Liberia. So looking at least like 4 organizations getting together to say that they don't believe that Nathaniel McGill should be head of the education committee. So to me, that's a big deal. I was waiting for the rest of the guys to come so we can talk about it, because they make some really good points that you're outlining here, Glendy, especially how funding, are funded through to these the schools in Liberia, and now you have somebody who have problems with the United States government, who is sanctioned by the United States government, heading that committee. So it's almost like the United States government will be wondering, but are these people giving us the finger or not? Because somebody that we sanctioned, they're making head of the education committee. Why would I want my money to go to somebody who I said that they were engaged in bribery or pay for play? Why would the American government want to give you some money, knowing that McGill will have some say in how you use it as an education committee? You should spend the money on education, on schools. So those are the points that you're making. They made similar points, but I'm sure when Sinton comes here, we will discuss it more. But Gibson, did you have any thoughts about that? What were you thinking?
My disappointment is that Maggie is even on the committee. I think I don't know how the committees are actually. I know the pro tem has a lot of say in who becomes heads of committees. I think these people, when April Johnson can be recused from committees because of the same reason, Maggie should be recused from all the committees.
Yeah.
But again, like Lenny said, if you are elected, the people, there's no rules. I think they can carve the rules now if they want to amend the rules and improve on it as to people who find themselves, because law is circumstantial, is situational, is event driven. You can read a law today and you didn't see something coming, but now when the thing comes, then you amend the law to accommodate that. The U.S. Constitution has 27 amendments. That's because of the same reason. So they can amend the law now and say people who found themselves in this kind of situation may not participate in committees. Because what would it be like if you say want to have a meeting with Liberian government officials on education, and my guest sit right in that meeting in front of the people who sanctioned him? What would it be like? So these are things the pro tem should not even allow that to happen. I don't know whether they are elected before they put them there, or it's the pro tem responsibility to select people and put them in committees. I don't really know how really it happened, but I know sometimes the appointment power can be there. Maggie should
So,
not be on the committee.
so Dillon explained it when he was here on Wednesday. He said for the committee chairs, they are voted in, so they are elected. This year they were elected by white ballots because they have several committees and they have just a small amount of people. So you see, there are several people, they're in duplicate positions. He said, but the sub committee members, so like the vice chair, the members, that's something that the pro tem and the speaker have a luxury to suggest people because they are appointed to that. But the chair position, they're elected. And you make a point, and I think when somebody did ask him a question about McGay, whether McGay should serve, and he said that in the same thing with the Prince Johnson, that would be left with to McGill if he thinks that he shouldn't serve there, and based on all of the things and the fact that he has to be interacting with other people, that would be his decision to make. But the colleagues, whoever suggested him, didn't even consider that. I don't even think they even thought about that when they suggested for him to be the leader.
Well, there's two things. First, I think that when it comes to the overall elections and how the citizens elect senators, they don't have requirements, and I think they just go by who they think they can do the job.
Yes.
So I think I'm okay with that. I think I can leave it that way. But I really think that the pro tem should really look into developing some guidelines, some qualifications for these different committees. I think it will help. You can't just put anybody on any like education who may not know anything about education or who might have issues with the donors. And I don't think that Prince Johnson, it wasn't a choice for him. The American government wrote I remember seeing a letter from the American government that says, if you keep this man on judicial committee, it's concerning. I know they wrote it was a political letter, but so it was not a choice of Prince Johnson. And I don't believe, if the Americans become very technical, I don't believe it would be a choice of McGill either. But I just think that there should be criteria. There should be, if you have experience in education, or about education, or you have advocated about educating children in Liberia, you can go ahead. In fact, the letter that these organizations wrote, it was pretty strong. They were saying that part of educating the whole person is to promote morality, integrity, not just academics. And the people are saying that they felt like McGill didn't present that for them. He presented some immorality in his past. His integrity is questionable. And how do you teach your students or parents about integrity and moral when the person who is the chair on the Senate Committee for Education has such background? So that's kind of what they were saying.
Actually, I wanted to pose an intellectual question, a rhetorical question. If the U.S. government announced a new education program for Liberia, and the U.S. ambassador was supposed to meet the education committee of the Senate to explain to them what the objective is, how the U.S. government anticipates the Senate committee support, and McGay is sitting there as chairman of that committee, and the ambassador appeared in our session to address that committee, looking McGay in the face. The man who they say is not good. The man who they say have dirty hands. The man who they say don't come to our country anymore. In fact, any property you got close to us will seize everything.
Mm-hmm.
The man who they say is the devil. It's a role. He can steal. He can take bribes. He take royalties. And now the U.S. government is going to be committing money to Liberia, and the education committee that is at the Senate is being headed by McGay. So there are certain, if I were McGay, I would be a member to get myself out of the spotlight. There are some things you fight for. There are other things you just don't fight for. If they appoint you as a chairman, say, no, Jeremy, I'd like to recuse myself.
Yes.
I will serve as a member of the committee, but at this point, I cannot chair the committee. See yourself asserting yourself in the place and read the situation and see what will happen later. But you're still in the kind of situation and you accept, It is his right to accept it, but also it should be a right to recuse himself so as
Yeah.
not to jeopardize the greater good for the country, for the people, just because of him. So it cannot be, oh, because of Maggie, the US government decided to withdraw their aid from the education sector. Or because of Maggie, the education program that has been introduced by the government, that it is being presided over by the Senate chair, is being the US government is withdrawing. I know these are very high stakes. But this is our country. This is what we do. Look, then if you go in the street and slap 10 people, you will be senator tomorrow morning.
True. True.
That's what people do. Just go in the street, just slap anybody that talk to you. When they make you very jail them again. When the election comes, then you will be president, it will be a senator. That's
Yeah.
how our people vote.
Yeah.
You know?
And the thing about it too, I think you make a great point. I think you make a great point. McGregor knows, no one knows the situation more than him. He knows the situation he's in. He knows that he will not be able to negotiate or talk to international partners. We understand that there may not be many to go around the different committees, but he didn't have to accept it because he
Then
know he will come to the place where he will have to work with American government, or unless you're saying that, or you're saying that your deputy on the committee, the vice chairperson, will be the one that will be at meetings and coordinating stuff. But it's going to be difficult for him. So you seeing your situation, you knowing it, you should have declined. You should have declined to serve on that committee. And it's like we said, because there is no criteria for senators and representatives, the people, whoever the people decide they want, is what we have. So whether they're high school graduates or college graduates, that's what we have. There's no criteria unless you're elected, and once you're elected, there's no criteria to serve unless you're in the position. So it makes it a difficult thing for them. But clearly, McGill should have said no, because I can just see them refusing to even talk to him when it comes to education, especially
no, they won't. They
the
won't sit
American
in his
government.
presence.
Yes.
We
Yeah,
all
because
know that they won't sit in. Even the
one of
least person at the embassy will not sit in the presence of Maggie to discuss anything. It's a slap in
Yeah.
the face of the
Yeah.
U.S. government that
yeah,
Maggie will preside over something, and they go and sit there and they allow Maggie to make leadership position on it. They won't do that.
yeah.
You know.
Because one of the consequences of being on sanction is they said that they can't do business with you, you know. And that's giving funding and discussing funding and stuff. That's doing business. That's the least, you know, that you can do. I'll go ahead and let's go through this letter, and maybe when the rest of the team come, because they are like viewers. Many of our team members are traveling today. They're on their way. They're making it. Some of us who couldn't make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, please bear us.
The people asking for the CEO.
The CEO coming. The CEO. He couldn't make it. He only make it pal.
In the background making flower.
Yeah.
When you put a picture up.
I know, yeah, making flower. Yes. So these organizations, right? They're saying that they, as representatives of education, school principals, parents, teachers, and concerned workers, believe that selecting McGill undermines the principles of accountability, transparency, and moral integrity that are crucial for the advancement of our education system. The implications of Ms. McGill's selection are far-reaching and deeply troubling. So what do you think? You think that they got a point on this whole issue of accountability, transparency, and moral integrity?
I think they do. And if they're saying they're the representatives, they're the ones that have been leading the charge of education in Liberia. They're the principals. They're probably educators. I think they have a right to say so. Now, I would think they can have all the rights that they have. They can make all the suggestions. They can decline the fact that they can decline the fact that they have McHale and be upset with that fact. But I don't know if their decision is going to change unless the people in the Senate decide or unless McGill sees it and say, I don't want to be,
I see what
he's
you're
elected.
saying.
Unless he said, no, let me recuse myself. And the fact that being sanctioned and there are so many things at stake so that Liberia doesn't suffer because of my name, they can't do anything. I don't think there's anything that can be done because they're elected.
Now I see what you're saying about that. So yeah. But the point in the next paragraph, it says, firstly, we wish to emphasize the significant financial support that the United States government, through USAID and other United Nations bodies, have provided to the education sector in Liberia. This support has been instrumental in improving the quality of education, providing resources, training opportunities, and infrastructure development. So they are actually listing everything. They're saying that there's this business transaction that occurs between these international organizations and us, primarily the Americans. And so, we find that it's going to be in the front to.
But not just American. There are other places like Australia that has ratified the Magnitsky Act. And if the U.S. is not going to deal with certain committees, the Australian will not deal with that certain committees. There are several countries that have ratified that Magnitsky Act. The point is, how, at the end of the day, what is this committee, these teachers going to do? How are they going to achieve this? What if those people who voted for McGill to be there, what if they refuse to stand down? What if they say, no, we don't care, McGill can be there? What if they say that? Are they willing to go far enough? So those are questions that continue to come on my mind. It is a good thing to say we don't want it to be. But why if they say no, we don't care? The man is a senator. He was elected. He deserves the same right that other people deserve to be on committees. He has been elected, and we can't reverse our decision. How far can this committee of this conglomerate of educators? How far can they go? Are they going to boycott? Are they going to strike? Are they going to demonstrate the protest? This is just a talk. It's not going anywhere. It's not. These people don't have force. In fact, they say professional. They say radical. Then something can be done, but they say professional. They will be professionalizing the thing. They're not going nowhere. Let my guy enjoy himself.
But I think also you make a point there too, because if they're really serious, they have to be willing to go to several different extents. If they're not serious about it, if it's just letter they're writing, that's a no-brainer. If they're gonna write letter, if they're gonna strike, if they're gonna write each senator, if they're gonna take talk to the international communities, unless they have to be willing to do several things to effect a change. And the other thing is maybe they can talk to their senator buddies and say, and maybe they can talk to each of those senators and then maybe they can have an influence on McGill. But right now, as it stands, only McGill can say no, he doesn't want it.
But look at the second to the last paragraph.
Yes. But you're making that mistake. Who put Gibson up there? Gibson has to be up there. No. No, when I want to produce on there. What's going on there? Wait, Nancy.
I bring your water to drink. I come in.
No, look at my hand. I've been shoveling snow all day, and been working so hard, Glenny. Then I come.
Buy the machine. Don't do so. Sure.
No, man. Listen, let me tell you this. The machine to you is not correct. You can see. You know that rich man? Gibson that opposition. How will you get in the spot? Everybody calling me and saying, but why Gibson take on the lead moderator spot? It's that mistake, you can see. I mean, I will call the CEO, man. She got to suspend you. You kept you know what it means? It means that Gibson is staying in power. Gibson is staying in power.
Gibson staying in power temporarily. For now, the Monday.
Yeah, for now the
Hey,
Monday.
you guys see, you the man. You good to go. You guys see, you good to go.
For now the Monday to 12 noon. He say he foul.
Yes, he said he went to like brother. United Party people were happy to see him. They didn't beat him, they didn't mop him, they didn't do anything to him. They were happy, they welcomed him.
In fact,
You know what,
I saw one
Gibson?
United juice that my heart almost but that's okay. I
No,
left
not
out.
true.
Gibson, don't try, oh. My brother, don't try. Don't
Tell
try.
me.
You know, you had your time for 6 years. You had your own people tinting. Leave the people tinting to themselves. As they come on, don't touch it. Anywhere you cross, Gibson, I told you today, my AG is watching you. Anywhere you cross will get you. So just leave that one. Glenny, how you doing, man? Glenny, I tell you, I was showing a lot of snow, Glenny. The
What
thing
happened?
is,
You something to do the last time you said you didn't travel, you pay people. What happened to this?
because y'all say I'm gonna go do it myself.
Oh, you all right? I will tell you that Dwalu.
Dwalu, Steven, you know, but they're on the way to Labro. But I mean, they won't leave me in snow. They're going in the heat.
Because you didn't make it. We didn't make it. We won't make it. We
I can't make it. What? They put them on the way to Labro, and I'm in the snow. The snow is thick.
Oh yeah. It was a
You know,
lot.
and you gotta clean one side, move all the cars. You clean the other side, then you gotta take. Hey man. But we'll make it. We'll make it. We'll watch Gibson on TV.
Well, I said, oh, Gibson say you back, oh.
Gibson about to leave tomorrow. Gibson, when I hear you.
I think you can see how I'm looking black like that. I was looking handsome and bright.
Look at you.
I'm not looking at that in a good way laughing for.
We got I don't know, we got not Black J. What happened? I'm waiting for Mame. Mame's supposed to bring in that. I don't know what's happening with Mame. They did some project and he's here to talk about it. He been in the back. All right, so we have to. Yeah, Glenny. Somebody said, please inform Glenny that this is Spoon Talk. This is not G Talk. So you got to work on your back. It's not me. That the people that say when you go on G Talk, then you can pull that sound up. It's not me though. Listen, I want people that can see. So she need to change her background immediately. They add it immediately. And I want your friend, that one of your best friends doing this to you.
Let me teach you, yeah. I don't want trouble.
And we're gonna get, you know what happened? Consider Bobby Livingstone, Gibson. This thing will make you listen. They are bringing one more Dicky back. They are bringing one more Dicky back. They gave me a man that his lesson. So we got to consider Bobby Livingstone to talk about this issue. You know, they said the man he should be practicing law. It's not me saying it. I don't know where you guys come from with Wambadiki, but Bobby Livingstone should be joining us. Not Baje would be joining us too. We want to say sorry that we came in late, folks. It's because of the snow. But let's just enjoy the time we have. We're going to make good use of everything and give you nothing but the best. We have information from the Justice Ministry. Listen, do you know how much the Justice Ministry paying for the building they occupy? Do you know from the turnover note what we are seeing? Do you know the information of the three missing boys? That case was concluded. Gibson, before I bring in that larger on, I want to ask you, was the case of the three missing boys concluded? Did they have an actual resolution as to, yeah, it's our final report? Gibson, are we missing something yet about the three missing boys? Because we got some damaging information we want to share with the Liberian people today. So I just want to go back. Was that case done? If you're joining us on Spoon, help us understand the three missing boys. Did the Justice Department come up with a final comprehensive report on the status of the three missing boys? I mean, I just want us to know. Gibson, where are you on this?
I just feel like it is just has been happening throughout the last 6 years, where people are killed, nobody's arrested, we move on. Another person is killed, nobody's arrested, we move on. One person, 3 persons, 8 persons, 10 persons, 13 persons killed, and we move on. So we need we need to understand now that the justice. First of all, that's what I said the other day. How they are forwarding Musa Dean
No,
to
no,
be.
because I gotta bring that Black J on, and we gotta have a good show on this one. But I want to ask you, Gibson, just direct question: was there any conclusive report?
I have no idea. No
Glenny,
idea.
did you see something?
I think there was. I think there was where I think they blame it on drowning.
Glenny, you gotta check, man. I don't want to attend. I don't want to attend. We don't attend yet.
Let me
You gotta
check.
check. Dr. Richardson, was there any report for the? I'm not talking about any other person. The three missing boys that involved Simose. Was there any final report
No,
given to the Liberian people?
I don't believe I heard of one.
I ain't see none.
I believe they said they couldn't find the bodies.
I ain't see none. But we got something that there was a report from the Justice Department, but it was turned over. No. Listen, thank God we got Councilor Bobby Livingstone. He gonna speak on this one. Was that a shortcut of the report? And Gibson, where I'm coming from. From the turnover document that was presented to the incoming government, we have the full report. Everything about the Justice Department, all the other ministry, all the other entity, we have the report. But it will shock you, and I want us to take this very seriously. The three missing boys on the report, the Justice Department have concluded the report, Glendy, but they say it was turned over to those of interest.
Who are those of interest?
Folks, share this program. I'm so sorry that I came late because of this snow, but we thank God for the snow. I want to bring in.
That's no story. I don't believe that's no story there. I believe you're doing no story there. I believe no story.
You said you believe there's no story.
I believe that story. Like myself, I gotta ask call. I will ask God, not true. I believe no story.
Glenny, to tell you the truth, to tell you the truth, I don't like you, but you want to waste our time. But I will give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to go ahead and show what I did. Right?
Yeah.
What I did. I'm going to show.
Once you keep making that, but there's no once see the work you did.
No, I'm not supposed to prove anything to you, Glenny. I'm not even going to change my mind. I changed my mind. My friend said I shouldn't prove anything to you. I changed my mind.
Right.
Yeah, man. I've been doing snow all day. You say you do it. Let me bring my brother now. Now, sorry to keep you waiting, man. I've been very busy. I have a 12-year, so JR couldn't go out, and I have 1-year-old grandson. I told them, y'all come and help me, but they couldn't help me. So my wife and myself did it. Kudos to Lao. We did it some way, somehow. But thank God. How you doing that? I got to bring in Councilor Livingstone on this story, which is very important about the three Mason boys. But because we kept you in the back, give us reason why you are here today.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I just want to be sure that I'm being heard. Yes, it's a pleasure being back on the Spoon Network, the nation's biggest platform available, and it's actually my third time. The first two being, of course, more personal issues, but this one is very important because it's on it's on a national issue, and I'm glad for this rare opportunity to be given this kind of opportunity to talk about what we call and I'm sure your technician we're going to put it up. What I call is a special edition date. I call a rescue mission complete. Our nation, as we are all aware, on 72 hours.
Oh, wait. That me up there? Wait, Gibson. That means between the old man and Papa.
You see us, sir?
Oh, I in the photo. Who told you I will not make it? Who told you I will not
You making it on a photo. You in a photo, but you're not making it.
I'm making it. I in the photo. That means over there?
That you, sir. And
wow. Okay, go ahead, talk to us. Wow.
So there's a project. I mean, the nation having undergone what we already know, and I sat and thought to myself, okay, so it's a national project in trying to what was coined the rescue mission So how do I come in to contribute, personally? And the only thing I know best is to write. And so I sat for long, and my family and I decided, okay, well, we can pump some time, pump some resources, personal resources, pump your time into this, and let's see how this comes out. And so I termed it a rescue mission complete. And it's a special edition on JMB's road to the Liberian presidency. It's a 16-page magazine that covers that is divided into two parts. The first one is mainly about the rescue mission, everything that happened during the political contestation up to when the elections were over. And the second part, which is also important, talks about our country's transition, which will be the third one, like I said, in the next 72 hours or even less. And that second part has also talked about how our country, Liberia, has strengthened its democratic credentials, not only in the West African sub-region, but also in Africa as a whole. So talking about the rescue mission and why do I name it a rescue mission? We already know that um, the October up to November elections were about either of two things: retaining, an administration or removing it democratically. And there was a common understanding or a common agreement on the opposing side on one hand, except that one said they needed to fix and another one said they needed to rescue. So that means there was a complete agreement on the opposition side that the country, there was something wrong, at least a perception that there was a bad governance that needed to be rescued or fixed. Long story cut short, the Liberian electorates got more lean towards the rescue portion of it. And so they might name it a rescue mission complete because that mission would have become completed after the run of elections that got narrowed down to now President-elect and the incumbent President George Weah. So this special edition takes a look at what happened during the period of the highly contested political contestation, especially so where an incumbent president had interest in continuing his constitutional mandate and going against a former vice president who had lost his first, had lost the first election as his first attempt. And upon the second attempt, he succeeded. And so in here, we are also talking about why it was important or how did it happen. So if you look through, because I'm not going to say word for word what the book is, what the magazine is about, and because there must be some catchy things that will make the audience want to get a copy of it. But you talk about the journey of President-elect Joseph Yuma Boaka to the Liberian presidency at his second attempt. Also, we talk about who are called rescue missionaries, and that's where you are seeing your photo up there, because when there is a mission, you need foot soldiers to accomplish that. So the visionary is there, but he needs the foot soldiers to help it come through. So to enable that rescue mission to have been completed, and the section there, a section of this magazine talks about what I call JMB's rescue missionaries, the Spoon Network, the Senator Arian Darius DeLong, the now pro tem Nyobi Kanga Lawrence, AMK with Senator Amara Conan, Yeka Koluba, and even those on what I call unsung or unknown heroes, like the social media influencers and even the general Liberian populace, the various role they play in ensuring that indeed a rescue mission that seemed impossible or that seemed harder was accomplished. So this magazine, and it comes right on the eve of the historic inauguration, and we are hoping with 500 copies produced and brought into the country that we brought 24 hours ago, can go around. So before or during the inauguration, people can have an idea of what the journey was about, how it started, how it was all about. And they also will have a brief biography of who is going to be Liberia's 25th president in President-elect Joseph Yuma Boaka and his principal, who is JKK Jeremiah Kpankun. Also in there, we have pictorial and a glimpse of how the political contestation look in the sense of the campaign. And there's an interesting part on page 6, which I termed the mysterious, and I termed it the mysterious September 17 Green Day. And in my mind, and other political analysts could maybe weigh in on that, that in my mind was the turning point of the result of what is going to be happening on Capitol Hill on the 22nd, when when thousands defy the heavy downpour of rain. And there's a picture that I deliberately posted, placed under that, where you see an old lady in the middle getting under that ring. It probably didn't sink, didn't ring a bell to the rival group at the time, but in my mind, this was the turning point, and there was at a point that the Liberian electors showed that level of desperation for not wanting to have a continuity of what they've gone through for the past 6 years that ends in the next 72 hours. The second part of the magazine, the second part of the magazine talks about our country's democratic transitions. We have had, or we are going to complete 3 transitions by the time January 22nd inauguration is completed. That will be democratic transition in, I mean, the tier 1 since the founding of our country. And what that means is that we admire Ghana, we admire Botswana and other countries because they have a strong democratic credential, because that means they have had uninterrupted, stable, peaceful, at least relatively calm elections back to back. But what makes ours special is Liberia having, I mean, still recovering from what was a perennial conflict that ended 2 decades ago. We have consistently held elections of 2005, 2011, 2017, and 2023. What that means in a region, especially in recent time, that has been troubled with military takes over, and even when some countries, some of our neighbors, when they held elections, we all know how controversial, how chaotic it was. And so we can only pat ourselves on the back for what the October 10th and November 14th elections respectively meant for our country. 2 things. It meant that we have strengthened our democratic credentials, and we can boast and we can be placed in the same book as the Republic of Ghana, that is known for having a stable democracy. But beyond that, we have been able to show that we can have peaceful transfer of power. And the third transition will be completed on the 22nd. The first was the one of 1944, when President Barclay handed power over to what would later become Liberia's longest serving president, William V. Studman. And we never had any peaceful transition until 71 years later, which happened in 2017, when President EJS, or Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and handed over power to now outgoing President, His Excellency George Weah. And then the third one comes out on the 22nd in 72 hours. But what makes Monday's transition even stronger is that there was the other 3 democratic transitions. Those incumbents were not interested in continuing. Barclay was on his way out and Tubman was taken over. In 2017, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf constitutionally was bad and was not interested anymore. But 2023, the incumbent George Weah was still interested. And now President-elect Joseph Boakai was able to have defeated him. And now for him, President Weah, within 3 to 4 days, while the National Election Commission was still tallying votes, conceded election. That, in my mind, is also a very high point that needs to be highlighted, that strengthen and make sure that the democratic transition is being made a reality. So
thank you.
Those are things that you can read more in this.
It's very deep, Nat. It's very. We want to say thank you very much for the publication. Thank you. It's very, very deep. But But again, let's just ask you a few questions, and I
Yes.
hope you can. If you can
Mhm.
join us tomorrow because we want to give you sufficient time. Like I said, we came late. You in Liberia now? If you can come to the studio tomorrow, we're gonna be having, or how you call him, John Malu the second. So we want prior to John Malu, you can come. Let's dive into your book. You can also open up if you want. First of all, are you selling this or is it free?
Well, it's going to be on sale. It is on sale. Excuse me. It is on sale. There are a few complimentary copies for the president-elect's office, and for those that have termed rescue missionaries. By the way, that brought your consignment here, and your CEO has taken delivery of them.
Oh,
And
you
then,
brought some for us.
yes, sir. Yeah, you have
Oh
about 10
wow.
copies. Yeah, complimentary copies.
You try to sign into them, please, because
Yes,
you're a
yes,
great man.
yes, yes. I autographed them.
Wow.
I did autograph there, and
You're not
then
including Gibson on this thing, though. Gibson didn't do anything to deserve one.
yes, yes, sir. And then we so in terms of sale, so we leave you a couple of
I
copies.
published a lot of this man release it. He didn't give me one dance on the road.
No, I mean, kudos to the my professional big brother, Gibson Gerald. He's one of the veterans from whose fountain of professional journalism we've been drinking. Don't mind all those panelists and stuff, political stuff, but he's a very good professional young man. But I mean, experienced man.
63 years old, and you call young man 63
That's
years
why I
old.
just correct. As an experienced man.
Thank you, man.
yeah, yeah.
Sir.
But CEO, to your question, yes, they're actually for sale. So
How much?
yes, so we said it just for $10.
Oh
Uh,
wow.
yeah, copies are being left here at the Spoon Network. Arrangements have been made to have a stand on inauguration day to have copies there. But like I said, complimentary copies are up to the rescue missionaries, and there is an arrangement going on for a, well, I don't want to call it formal, but somewhat symbolic presentation to the president-elect. His office is working on that. I hope that gets done before the inauguration. I can understand it's the 11th hour and a lot of preparations are going on.
Wow, but no, this is big. You just show us the front page, but we want to see into it. We want to really tell the Liberian people how good of a job you did. But again, we want to say thank you. You think you can come back tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. I can be back here tomorrow, and
Yeah, if
then
you come back tomorrow, can you give what you want us to show to the public? Like you were talking about page 6 and the different highlights you want us to show. Make sure that before you leave, let the producer just get them. We're going to get them ready and show,
all right.
because a lot of Liberians appreciate the fact that. But how's your daughter? How's the family first? I didn't ask for the little girl.
Yes, deliberately, I just skim over that, but of course, you have to ask because it's my first time there since then. By God's grace, everything is going well. Um, my family is doing well. In the aftermath of that, a few months ago, I was reassigned to our embassy in Accra, though the family is still in Abuja, where has been a home. And for some family reasons, we could not immediately do make the transition. But on the overall, yes, it's good. I'm
She's in
sure.
how's school and everything.
Oh, she's doing excellently well. As a matter of fact, um, I spent the holidays with them, and her grades are just awesome. I mean, it was the first time I saw that they have a distinction and they have exceptional on the report card, and she had just only two A's, and the rest of them have been exceptional or distinction. So she's a genius, and you can tell from academic performance that she's fully back on course. Thanks to God,
So,
and thanks also to the network, which raised so much. I mean, the awareness and the much needed help that was much needed at the time.
man, we say thank God for her, man, and we just can't wait to
Cynthia,
attend the graduation.
can I
And
ask Nat one question? One.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, Nat, how are you? I
I'm
have to
good.
ask it because I'm a grandmaster. I can't say brother Stinton. So I wanna I wanna ask you Looking at your tragedy and
Yeah,
in the outgoing government,
yeah.
moving now to this new government that you've done this book, you as a Liberian citizen, what is it that you would like to see? If there was something similar would have happened to someone like it happened to you, what would you like to see happen?
Well, firstly, which it can never happen again. It should never happen again. And
Mhm.
not, I don't even wish that even on my worst enemy. However, I mean, there is a war run by human beings, so such could happen. To answer your question, the incoming government, one thing I know is that government, like the Bible, cannot stop the occurrence of such thing, but the actions they take is what is important. And those actions can really either further encourage or deter. And this incoming government should make sure it places a big premium on ensuring that none of such is given any loophole attention. I mean, as a matter of fact, lukewarm attention, rather, as a matter of fact, it should be prioritized, but not even before it can happen. There'll be steps taken that will make someone to not even imagine that they can do it, not even at the level at which it happened,
Yes.
because the manner in which SEA, which is the sexual exploitation and abuse, happened in the last 6 years, and the approach of the outgoing government, there's no mention of wars on that, was disastrous, completely disastrous, unimaginable, and I was forced to even publicly begin to post that the outgoing administration is a rape condoming administration, and I say that with no regret.
So we know we'll have you back. Right now it's 6 o'clock. That will be 11 o'clock in Liberia. But we're going to have you back. I really want to dive in. The last question, I know that Rich is saying, and our brother gave saying a question, but we beg them because we fast behind time. That you will you still pursue persecution on the ambassador at large to Nigeria? You desire? Will you ask the incoming government to persecute him?
Well, but yeah, it's not just even particularly on my case in particular, but also on all of those that have maybe piled up um, at whatever level, whether it was at the level of a juvenile level or at all the cases, because the government's prosecutorial arm, I have to follow up with them, and to directly answer your question, I think justice is never complete. I mean, justice is never complete once it becomes incomplete, in that we have not fully launched that. It only got started and was not tabled because of deliberate actions. Of course, like I said, from the outgoing administrations, which were meant to completely just discourage us. But let the new administration settle in, and let's see what happens, because I was trying to talk to your next guest, who is from that background, and
Yeah.
then it was good to know that he's directly with the press for the public defense area, and I'm having some conversations with him, and it's there. But yeah, but to answer
Will
your
you bring
question,
it up as an individual because this had to do with your daughter? Will you bring it up?
certainly I will.
Okay.
Certainly I will.
All right. Because it is important for Liberians to know that this case was not 100% resolved. Am I correct?
Of course, you are correct. Not even 20%.
Not even 20%. And your
Yes, sir.
daughter still bear the scars.
Yeah, of course.
And the family is still suffering to this day, while the ambassador in Nigeria still have the luxury to celebrate and enjoy at his office or home, and his family is doing good, right?
Yes, sir.
Honor that you were reassigned to Ghana.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna have more conversation with you
So
tomorrow.
people are
Dr.
asking
Richardson, take us home. Yep.
how can they get the book in the diaspora. But Mr. Blue Jay, I'm so thankful that you're here. We will talk about all that happened at another time. I actually looking forward to seeing a book about that. That would be educational. But I'm happy to see you at least smile a little bit.
Thank you very
Can you
much.
tell people maybe today or tomorrow when you come back? A lot of people in the diaspora want to know how they can get your book for souvenir.
Is it online? Is it online? Can they talk to us briefly?
Yes. So people in the diaspora can get e-copy. We're working on a website that we can put the soft copy there, but hard copies will also be. And I actually wish Abdullah Mame would have been on, but I know he probably be along because available tomorrow. So we are working on how to get to the diaspora, and then because there is a sequel to this magazine that is going to come out right after inaugurations that we're going to call Recovery. After rescue mission, how does the nation continue? I mean, proceed right after the rescue mission has taken over, and so we intend to be a quarterly production, and then and soft copies will be available, and then we are working on getting it up to the diaspora as well, even with this maiden edition.
Not want to say, man, whenever I see you, I'm happy, and especially looking at what you went through with your family. It's good to have smile on your face. People said otherwise about you, but we're just doing it because we, as humans, we are family, and we're not set for these things to happen. Thank God the change have come, and that's why I'm asking whether we still fight the old system and bring justice where justice is due. Want to say thank you very much, my brother, and I'm looking forward to see you. I promise I'll be the first on the show tomorrow. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure, and I'll be here tomorrow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
All right.
You're welcome. Before we bring in the concept of Bobby Livingstone, folks, I asked that question, Gibson, because it is important. The government they threw it under the bus, Gibson. This brother went through a lot. And some of them were saying, "Oh, why you brought him on the show? Oh, why you contributed money to him? Oh, what's that?" Well, it was so bad for us to sit on the show and understand that his daughter went through one of the worst trauma, and she will live with that for the rest of her life.
Absolutely.
So let's have 30 seconds real quick. Let me hear you out, Gibson. Gibson, let me hear you. You muted.
So many things have happened to people, and I've been communicating a lot with Kevin some of his releases from Nigeria, and he has been very committed to the ambassador, and even to hear that those things happened to him, accusing the ambassador, it breaks anybody's heart, and you did the right thing to showcase it here. I feel for him. And I also say thanks for doing this. As a writer, you showcase your writing. The magazine is going to go a long way. We say print media document feature history now. So those things that he wrote, those pictures, and sometimes you already made history. You in that magazine. So this is a big thing. Yeah, what can I say? They didn't put me there, man. They didn't put me there.
No, you didn't make it.
No, she laughing because yesterday Gibson they say I would not make it. Yesterday they say I would not make it. Now they now rubbing in their faces that God is good. God is real good. At least
maybe this is just a tip of the iceberg. Maybe there's a bigger thing coming.
At least I in the photo, I in the negative, I in the
photo, but no, the photo you will get the effect will touch you. But look, Nat is a very great writer. Look, what he did is thoughtful. People may not think that way. When I used to be an analyst and news editor, we always used to come on the day of the major event. Even if we came up before, we bring a banner headline to showcase, and all our people will be sold. So I can see that they got $10 going to really cut it. And you're not going to look for gas fee because they're going to buy all of his copy, and you're not going to regret. That's a very good PR for JMB, the inauguration, and good cash for his pocket too. Now you did a good job, man. If I were in Moravia and you met me, I was going to say, man, I want to join you to do that.
Yeah, I think you're right, Gibson. I want to announce to the folks, please buy it. I asked him to reach out to DeLon. I asked him to reach out to the the president office. He said it right. He's engaging them. I've asked him to reach out to the pro tem, the speaker of Funati Kofi, and everybody. They need a copy. As you go in there, get yourself a copy. You know, even if you want to take your own credit, take your own credit, but they need copy. Seriously speaking, because everybody have to have the historical moment in their life to make sure JMB is in your home. $10. It's just $10. And when we have it tomorrow, we'll make sure we get some money. We'll raise some fund. If you want a copy, you will call in. You pay by Cash App, and we'll make sure we get your copy now, folks. If you're in America, you want a copy. Guess what happened? We get Duado, then will be coming back. Steven Johnson, then will be coming back. Fatima, then will be coming back. Fatiga, they all will be coming back. They got nothing in their suitcase because they will get everything away.
I put to you.
And then we'll just go ahead and just order your copy, and they will put it in there and bring it. All right.
Yeah.
So if you do that through me, I got to add interest now. He said $10. I will tell you, he said $20. That business, you can beat it. All right.
When you even get suitcase and you want $20.
Right in the picture.
In the picture, you saw me clear between my papa and my Oma right there. Nobody can beat that one.
JMB a pussy, but you make you.
I'll make it. But listen though, we are bringing in Councilor Bobby Livingstone. Before we do so, the reason why he's here is to talk about bringing Wanadipo back. What his name? Wanadipo. We pronounce that name right.
No,
him back. One more Dicky. And he will have the lesson of practice. But the turnover note, I will also ask, I want you guys to take a look at this, right? Well, what are you saying? Can you read it to us if you can? Anybody? Just the first one. Forget the forestry.
Is it the parents of the 3 missing men versus Mr.
M. Ahosa and A. Samuel, which is Simose.
Yes.
Monrovia, Liberia, April 12, 2021. Alleged mysterious disappearance. They say completed.
I told you.
Report submitted for review and action. I know you said it, but there's a reason why I'm bringing this up. Some findings are lacking. You say you told me this report submitted, and I'll put another thing up. You have the copy of the 3 Mason boys' final report. Did Simose walk? Did he walk free? Do you have anything from the Justice Ministry?
Nothing.
Now, the allegations, Simose, the government positions. This is part of the turnover note from the Justice Department. The reason why I'm flagging this, a lot of Liberians still crying about the report from the 3 Mason boys. Where are they? Before I come to Dr. Richardson or Sister Glennie, Gibson, what do you know? The final report of the 3 Mason boys, and we'll get into it because thank God we get Councilor Bobby coming on. My issue is that I want folks to just see this. Report submitted. Submitted to who? For review and action. Alleged mysterious disappearance. Completed. This case, they are saying completed, resolved. Gibson, I'm bringing Councilor Bobby F.W. Livingstone on. Welcome to the show, Councilor Livingstone. It's good to have you. We're not hearing you, Councilor.
I said thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here tonight. As a matter of fact, this is my first time being in your studios, and I've heard so much about the panelists, all of the, the big guys, the big ladies. So today I've come to join you to weigh in on some developments that are trending with respect to the Liberian National Bar Association. But let me make it clear that I'm not speaking here for the bar. I'm speaking here as the former National Secretary General for the bar between 2019 and 2021, when the decision was taken to expel Mr. Undubusi Wabudigi as a member of the bar. And that is why I'm here today. But
thank you.
If there are issues that I am capable of responding to when you raise them, I shall endeavor to do so within the limits of my knowledge.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We're happy to have you. Again, welcome to the Spawn Talk. Are you hot or are you cold in studio? Or is it comfortable?
Well, when I came, it was a bit warm, but then your guys here made it's comfortable now. I'm a naturally, I'm a web says I'm a warm-blooded animal. I have a lot of, so I like cool air more than most of the time. I like to be cool.
You should come
Okay.
here
The,
today.
the reason the reason why I see you because the AC in studio, that AC was given to us by Senator Abraham Darius DeLon as donation. Any guest go in studio, I would say then maybe they can make their own judgment to get another one AC too. You know, that's why I'm bringing it to you because yesterday they don't send one. Maybe tomorrow you will send one. Who knows? But welcome to the Spoon Talk, sir.
Yeah, well, we get at that level it's possible. Yeah, yeah. That is something we can talk about.
I just
Yeah,
mess with you. Welcome to the
yeah,
welcome
but
to the
it's
show.
okay. It's all right.
Listen,
Yeah.
I know we'll be talking about one more Dickey, but let's be serious and go on point for once. The result, the completed report for the three Mason boards, it came across to us that we were privileged to have information from the Justice Department as part of the turnover note. A lot of report, including Yaka Koluba and Mr. Cummings, when they went to NIMBA, a lot of report included different issues, cases that are outstanding, cases that they said were completed, everything about the Justice Ministry that was turning over to Jose Yumabwaka administration. We have everything. The amount of money up to $50 million every year that this ministry receive and what they do with the money. Money through the correction, seriously speaking, almost $500,000. What they are doing with such money. The issue about cases, about concession agreement, contracts, and everything. We are going to dig into it because Labrador need to hear this. But what I want to ask you tonight as we begin, sir, what do you know about the three Mason boards? Are you privileged? Can you tell Liberian were there any comprehensive report as completed by the Justice Department?
Let me say this, Stanton, and to the rest of the panelists. The Ministry of Justice is structured in such a way that we have layers and we have compartments. I rejoined the ministry in 2021 as the person in charge of the financial crimes unit. Prior to that, I had worked with that ministry between 2015 and 2019. All my work with that ministry has been within financial crime section. We are approached or given reports from agencies or from police, whatever agency that does the investigation on financial crimes such as theft of property, criminal conveyance, economic sabotage, misapplication of entrusted property, etc., etc. So I'm saying that to lay the premise that I am not in the position to be aware of all investigations that are conducted by the Ministry of Justice. And so, as I said right here, I'm not uh, I'm not privileged with that information, and I will not endeavor to go into a conversation where I don't have substantive details to inform my position. And so I like to leave it at that because if it is a matter that I'm fully briefed about or I'm well situated about, I could, once the opportunity is proper, I can comment on that. But with respect to the question you just asked me, no, I haven't been called to a meeting, to an investigation, A report of such has not been given to me. And so that is how that matter is with respect to my knowledge.
Counselor, thank you very much, and I respect that. But I'd like to push a little bit. Please allow me. If, as you say, you work at the Ministry of Justice, uh, you know about this three Mason Ball case because the report came in April 12th, 2021. As you can see, you have any knowledge on this case, or you just heard about the case passing?
Like I told you, Stanton, I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. I do not speculate. Once I have the full information, and as much as my practice and my profession as a lawyer permits, I can delve into matter when the need arises.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to delve into it, Counselor.
So you are
And I know that's
saying
not a
I
reason.
should
I'm
come
just
on this
asking you.
public space.
No, I'm just
You
asking
are
you a simple question: whether you know of this case. That's all.
Stanton,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Peter Stanton, you are asking me to give a position or to speak about a case about which I have no knowledge about, and that would be inappropriate for me.
No, I know. No, so let me correct. It maybe you didn't understand me. I'm not asking you to speak about it. No. Okay, you are very clear. I'm not asking you to speak about it. I'm asking you, have you heard of this case? It was out there in social media all over. Correct?
Well, the thing about it is that as a lawyer, you don't want to delve into radio broadcasts or gossip from corners and come and elevate that to a space such as where I am situated right now. I mean, you don't want to do yourself that kind of disservice because in the end, you will not even be giving any very useful information to the public. So why endeavor to do such? And why should you want me to undertake to dwell on a matter that I have indicated clearly to you that I have not been opportuned, neither have I sat, nor have been provided with any knowledge or report from the police or anything to say, look, Councillor Livingstone, please look at this report and give an advice. If such had obtained, I will be ready right in here to state that to you categorically and emphatically. Unfortunately, that has not happened. So I think I cannot pursue this matter with you further.
Councillor Bobby F.W. Livingstone, again, I'm not asking you to pursue. I'm not asking you to move on. I'll just asking you whether you ever heard about the three Mason Boys case. If you do not want to talk about it, that's fine. But and I respect you for that. We'll talk about Wamadiki, but allow me to just go a little bit and give the rest of the team chance to ask you question. Now, this is not a courtroom. You can plead the fifth and say you don't want to speak on it. We'll move on. But it's our right and duty to ask you the question. You can answer or you choose not to answer. We respect that. The reason why I brought this up after the turnover note was submitted to the incoming government, for every ministry and entity, we are reviewing them thoroughly. Uh, when you see reports submitted for review and action, though you do not know about this case, usually when you guys send the report, submitted to who? Who should review it?
Like I told you, I work in the Department of Prosecution. In the Department of Prosecution, we have 4 units. We have SGBV, anything relating to sexual and gender-based violence. That's a unit there. They are based around the executive mansion. You have the felonious crime unit. They are based at the Temple of Justice. We have financial crimes unit. I heard that. And then we have civil litigation. So by all indications, and all I have given to you here tonight, a matter of missing boys, crimes against person will not come to my unit. It will travel to felonious crimes. So perhaps if the felonious crime unit director was seated in the studio here, he could be an asset to you. He could be currency. He could bring currency to the debate with respect to information about the missing boys that you have continuously asked me since I sat in your chair here.
Thank you. Let me go to Gibson, and then I say I respect your answer, and thank you for at least helping to answer the last question from my end. Gibson.
Bobby, my first question would be: you being a journalist and you are a lawyer, which one influenced your thoughts of issues these days?
Well, Gibson, I have left journalism since active practice of journalism, I would say, since 2012, when I was admitted as attorney at law. And I have practiced as a public defense lawyer for 3 years. And then I moved to prosecution. And then I took a break to private practice and then got back into prosecution. My life now is that I'm a lawyer, and that is at the pinnacle of my engagement daily, and every inch of my fabric is consumed by my belief and love for the practice of law. And I hope that answers your question.
You know, I'm a little bit disappointed, Bobby. I'm sorry, I must disagree with you. For you to be a prosecutor, whether you're a financial crime prosecutor or finance crime prosecutor or whatever crime or prosecutor, you are within the ministry and you are at a position where prosecutorial matters will come to any debate, any discussion on any lips. And just for you to answer a simple question from Stanton that yes, I know about this case, but I did not handle it. It's just difficult for you. And this also plays exactly to why people highly trust public officials. This is not supposed to be you. The reason I asked a question about your professional life as a journalist and your professional life as a lawyer, both have influence in some ways. Because as a journalist, you know you should have a nose to know about things that happen around you. And even as a lawyer, you ask questions about legal matters. So if you are saving your skin to say, well, I don't want to say anything for them to dismiss me tomorrow, even if they are leaving, or I don't want them to hold me accountable for saying something tomorrow, it's not working for you because this you will be Bobby after all of this. So if I were in your position, what I would have done was I would have asked legal questions. So if it's completed, how was it completed? Was there any prosecution done? Was there any referral? Did the minister receive the report? Did the minister act on the report? Well, Jeremy, I can't speak to the issue, but these are questions that still linger on people's mind. Then you are speaking as a person that I knew since way back. But just now, I'm just disappointed. You just behave like every other person. I'm sorry.
Should I respond?
Oh yeah, you can respond. You have.
Mr. Gibson Jero, I'd like to make it clear to you I don't work at your dictate. I didn't come to please your expectation or to meet your expectation on the show. I'm a professional person. I'm guided by my knowledge of issues. I don't flip flop. I didn't come here that I have something akin to conceal. I'm not someone who worries about whether I'll be fired or not be fired. So your disposition regarding my response It's just your personal undertaking that is of no relevance to me because I didn't come here to meet your expectation. And I'm not worried about being fired because I'm not in such a position. So when the time comes and an issue is raised on this platform where I'm knowledgeable about, you will see how I respond to them. But to come on the show and you do a report, first of all, I've not even seen a report. The one you are lifting in the, I even tried to tell you that we have demarcations, we have boundary lines. And you took for granted all of that. I told you, you ignore all of that, and you are trying to tell me to 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 meander into a terrain that you are very limited about. You don't teach me what a lawyer should be and what a lawyer should do. That is not your place, and you will get frustrated more because when we go into the theater, you could just get a lot of bloody nose from me because that's not your area. So please do not endeavor to do that on the show. I didn't come to meet your expectation. And so I'd like to leave it at that. Stanton asked me a very frank and plain question. And I did give him a frank and plain answer. I'm not covering up. I'm not a stooge for anyone. I didn't come on this show to come and play politics. So I came here to discuss legal issues. And as a lawyer, you speak from your head. You don't speak from your mouth. Thank you.
Gibson, you are muted. You got to unmute.
I still believe you are posturing, but I'm not going to look at your posturing. I'm going to go to the point here. Bobby, being a lawyer, you are not the only lawyer in this world. And you are not the only knowledgeable person in this world. You have to understand that when you come to a public forum like this and they ask you a question of conscience, you are under responsibility to declare your conscience. The question was simple. Have you heard about this story? You know you have heard about this story, but you decided to play politics and delve into the demarcation of the prosecutorial activities at your ministry. That was not Stanton's question. This is where you fail. Nobody's asking you whether you are more educated lawyer or not. Nobody's asking you whether your law degree has made you rich man or not rich man or not. Nobody asked you that. The question was, as a prosecutor within the department, have you heard about the three missing boys story? And you can't answer that, and you come to posture? I'm sorry, you're still wrong. I'm sorry.
Thank
I
you
rest
very
my
much.
case.
Thank you,
I rest my
Councillor.
case as far as Gibson is concerned.
Thank you, Councillor Glendy.
Councillor Livingstone, it's great to meet you, great to talk to you. Let me soften it a little bit. Let me compliment your family for all that you do. Through the Reach program, your wife, we've worked with her
Yeah.
on several occasions.
Yeah,
I
thank
just
you.
want to say thank you for what you do, what your family does for humanity, the sacrifices that you do. I would have loved to hear a different answer about the three missing boys, but I'm going to move on to another question.
Please do.
I want to ask you, having worked at the Ministry of Justice, and if I were to ask you to rate the performance of the ministry under the leadership of Councillor Dean, you've been a lawyer for a while. My father was a lawyer. I want to ask you this very frank question. What would you say the Justice Ministry's performance has been in the past 6 years compared to other justice ministry and the previous government?
I think this is a great question. And I can uh, uh, give in my own impression. Like I said, I joined the ministry back in 2021. So my impression about the ministry will cover the period. up to present. I think, frankly speaking, there have been arduous or very difficult challenges at the ministry. I would say that. Firstly, I think the ministry has been grossly underfunded to undertake most of its key functions. But I like to narrow or circumscribe my analysis to the prosecutorial side, since that's where my knowledge is well founded. Um, to be frank with you, it is a difficult situation when county attorneys are not given, for example, prosecution funds to be able to do investigation, to be able to process people, to go to grand jury, witnesses, and to go into even doing the basics to carry on their job of prosecution. In that respect, the ministry has underperformed. And if I were to grade a ministry in that regard, it will not be a passing mark. There is a struggle to have county attorney. One of the things I like to raise, for example, since the last 7 to 1 month, 1 year to period, we've been running after even getting logistics for the county attorneys. That did not materialize even up to the time the government is about to exit. And basic stationaries, computers, and those things, logistical equipment that will make them to have their pleadings filed. Yeah, I can remember receiving supplies, as simple as that. Take it or leave it, whether that is a fact that the minister was not pushing enough, or he was pushing enough but he didn't get the cooperation. But here's one thing I like to say. I've been in 1 or 2 conversations with the minister, and in one of those conversations, I was present when he placing a call to those persons who are responsible to get the needed finance or the funds to have job done. And the officials made commitment to him on the phone. And we made follow-up. We never got that commitment through. And there are countless occasions when that happened that we never got the feedback that we needed to get. As we speak, we are backlogged about we never had this quarterly forum of prosecutors where we do peer review. Since I've been in the ministry, that has not happened. And that is a problem. To know how prosecutors handle cases, what difficulty they face, that periodic thing we do it quarterly. That has never happened since I rejoined the ministry. So I'm just saying to tell you there, we can list a litany of occurrences that point to the fact that the ministry was under-supported. And that accounts for some of the issues. Because investigations, for example, if they have the police or other parastatals or paramilitary organizations, they do not have the logistics to follow up. An officer got to go out of town. He doesn't have the funds or the vehicle or whatever he needs to take him there, or to bring witnesses, or to go on the field. How is he going to do that? That has impeded investigations and has also dampened some of the results and investigative reports that should have come out in some of those instances that that we have seen. Okay, so I would just like to leave it at that point to tell you that the 2 factors. One, did the minister make the representation I can speak to a few instances that I was present that he made representations, and that was the results did not come. But prior to that, whether he did make representations and he got results, I cannot speak to that. But
All right.
overall, the that has affected the ministry's performance.
All right.
Thank you. Let me
Since
piggyback
I
on your
have
question, Glenny.
one last
Glenny,
question.
you'll come back. You'll come back.
Okay.
I'm begging you. It will be good for us to be more interactive here, respect to Councilor Livingstone. You know, as folks begin to join us, we want to say thank you. He's the guest for tonight, Councilor Bobby F.W. Livingstone. Glenny, I'm going to come back to you.
Sure.
You spoke about funds, vehicles. Maybe something is not connecting, Councilor, as to what is on the turnover note and what you guys been operating with. I want to highlight this. Please correct me. You guys saying it right?
Yeah.
I want us to take a look at financial resources of the Ministry of Justice, 2023 to 2024, summary of budget analysis. This is part of the turnover note. Grand total personnel cost $5.7 million. Grand total goods and services $9.1 million and change. As you can see, the total budget GOL, Government of Liberia, 14.8 million. Are you saying this was too small to operate with for the Ministry of Justice, just the Minister of Justice alone? Now, if we read this section of the report, provided detailed analysis of the Ministry of Justice, the year 2023 to 2024 expenditure. The report focuses on two key areas: personnel costs and goods and services expenses. The total budget allocated for this period. Now, I'm going to put another slide out. The Ministry of Justice, 5.7, as I said. As you can see, this category includes salaries, wages, benefits, and other expenses related to the ministry employees. It is crucial to ensure that personnel costs are effectively managed to ensure the efficient functioning of the ministry. Now, we're going to go to goods and services. But let me ask you this, my question before. I'm picking back from says Glendy. Is this too small? Your argument that no money, your argument that you guys were stranded. Then we're talking about Bond County, Maryland, and all branches you guys have of buildings. Talk to us about this budget and how this budget was allocated and why you think it was too small to meet the needs of the ministry, sir.
Well, Stanton and the rest of the team, I want to keep my focus on why I came on the platform tonight, is to talk about a trending issue. And how be it, I like to say that what you just displayed is a report that I have not been privileged to. But what I can tell you basically is that the Ministry of Justice encompasses the Liberian National Police, the Liberian National Fire Service, the Liberian Drug Enforcement Agency, the Liberian Immigration Service, then Central Office of the Ministry of Justice. So, if you combine all of these agencies and then you see what you're just projecting, I'm not a financial person. I'm not into, I'm not an accountant or whatever. Then you get to now appreciate whether giving all of these strategic paramilitary organizations and then the ministry central office as well as its county offices combined in a fiscal period, then you probably will begin to rationalize. If you just extract police alone, and then the DEA, the fire service, the immigration, and then the county offices, the county attorney, the department of prosecution, and then the other staffers in the the Deputy Minister of Administration, Deputy Minister for Codification, Deputy Minister for Economic Affairs, and then the rest of the team, then they understand the the gravity of whether giving the amount you are projecting and all of the information I'm providing you, whether it comes to the level where you say that money is enough. But I'm only saying that where I have worked, these are the challenges we have faced. And I was very categorical and unequivocal about them. And I owe no apologies to say that it was the least supported.
Again, Councillor, thank you. I am not projecting these numbers. These are numbers that is turned over to the incoming government. As I said, with these reports, very concerning that we can see these numbers from one year to another. And you are including the fire service, you are including the Labrador National Police. This is just only focused on the Justice Ministry, not including fire service, not including immigration, not including Labrador National Police, sir. I spent the
No,
report.
no, you are wrong.
It's because, hold on 1 minute, sir. Can I finish, please?
Yeah,
Can I
you are.
finish?
You can finish.
Thank you. Because when I asked you, you said you don't know about it. Now you are saying I'm wrong. So which is which? You like to speak on it in details, or you want to just cherry pick and let us know
No,
what you want us to
no,
know?
the knowledge I want to provide was when they say the Justice Ministry budget, it encompasses those parastatals, the other parastatals are named. And you can do your research. You can do your research. And you can come back and we can debate that.
No, so you want to talk about it, then we can
No,
go in
but
detail.
I wanted us to not delve or to travel on that route. Because trust me, if I came to address myself to those kind of matters, I will come full arm with all of the information that you will not direct the course of the conversation. I will direct it because
So you know about it, but you're not ready to
it's a
speak on it,
privilege.
correct? You are fully aware of this budget issues, but you are not in a position to speak on it because you never came prepared. Am I correct?
No, I didn't tell you that.
So where are we?
I just told you that I was responding to what you portrayed or projected on the screen. And from where I sit, knowing what the Ministry of Justice covers in the security and the paramilitary area, all of those agencies are covered under the Justice Ministry. And for that figure you projected, I was only saying that given all of those agencies being enlisted under the ministry budget, then that money you are talking about will not be as you are projecting it to be that huge. Giving
So
police,
again, again,
immigration,
I just want
drug
to, I gotta
enforcement
move on
agency.
because I'm into Glendy time and I'm begging you. You are saying what on this document, what we just posted. Uh, you saying this budget, you are saying this budget posted yet today. This budget is also including Liberal National Police, the immigration, and the rest, fire department, the rest of them. Is that what you're saying, sir?
I don't know what you're driving at because I think I was very clear. And I challenge you to disprove my argument that
What's your
when
argument?
that the ministry does not cover those other agencies when the budget is being done. That's what I mean. The immigration service, the police, the fire service, the drug agency, they all cover under the Ministry of Justice. That's what I mean.
So they are all covered within this budget. That's just my question.
With the Justice Ministry budget, yes.
Within this budget of $14.8 million, they are all part of
But
the this budget.
Stanton, I think you are trying to impute facts that I have not said on this show.
I'm just trying to understand you better,
I
sir.
said, assuming we are admitting that what you are projecting is the fact, you came with information that seems to be a heavy cost. I mean, it's a big money or big budget. I'm only saying that if that amount covers police and covers fire service, covers the drug agency and the immigration, and then central office, then you know that your assumption may not be that altogether correct. That's such a huge amount. But what you are projecting is that amount covers just the 14th Street office of the Ministry of Justice. That is your assumption. But I'll let you leave it at that.
Thank you.
And I will come back at an appropriate time.
Let
We'll
me ask
delve
you
into
a
that
question.
extensively.
My understanding is that
Wait,
the
wait,
police
I beg you, let him finish because we got to go to Wamadiki. The reason
Yeah,
why.
yeah. And that is what I want to do with
But
my time.
I beg you,
That-
Gibson.
It's
just a
exhausting my
small
energy.
question
Yeah,
because
Gibson,
the police is also doing a turnover note.
Gibson will
The
come to
police,
you. We'll come to you, Gibson. I beg you. I don't want to take Glendy off track, but I really want us to be fast on this because the Wamadiki story is very important. Glendy?
No, Councillor Livingston. Can you remind me again of as to what department you serve in directly?
Yeah, I work in the Department of Prosecution and I have responsibility for financial crimes unit.
Okay. Would you consider the $100 million drug case something that would have come under your supervision?
I was involved. I was one of the prosecutors.
So can you tell us a little bit as to what happened to that case?
No, I will come another day.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, you left us.
Please tell us, Councilor Livingston, why you are here today. So let's get to it.
But before you do that, since you want to go to the Wamadiki case, let me give Gibson the chance, please, to finish up on this question with Becky. Go ahead, Gibson.
Actually, my question is very simple. My understanding are the police is doing its own turnover notes. The immigration is doing its own turnover notes. And if Councillor Livingstone will be correct, how will the police will be doing their own turnover note and be incorporated in the 14 million? That's something I'm kind of thinking that budget might be only the Justice Ministry, the goods and services at the Justice Ministry and stuff like that. So you think you want to comment on that?
I rest my case on the subject.
Okay.
All right. So let me, we have to go to Wamadiki, which is so important. That's why the counselor is here. And that's exactly what he wanted to talk about. But again, I will post something that is very important because I think the counselor is in error. Like we said, this is Spoon Talk. The 14.9 million budget we just show, we didn't bring this up. It's part of the turnover document that was presented to the incoming government. It's only the Justice Ministry. It's only the Justice Ministry. It got nothing to do with the Liberia National Police. It got nothing to do with immigration or fire services. So I think I would like to prove to the councillor why he will be in flag talking about Wamadiki that I want to put another chart which directly say it's only the Justice Ministry, goods and services, administration, and everything, and it will be very, very clear for our audience to understand. Councillor Livingstone, I respect you, and I admire you. But again, we just got to fact check this information. That's what we do best. Dr. Richardson, while I pull this up, you can go ahead to bring in the Wamadiki question.
I just wanted to know why is Mr. Livingston here today, so maybe he can give us the detail of his visit today, because he seems to be very interested in answering that or telling us about the case.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I want to make it emphatically clear that what I'm saying on the Spoon Network is my personal opinion. and not that of the Liberian National Bar Association. I didn't come here to speak on behalf of the bar. But as a former National Secretary General of the bar, I was an active participant, or say an actor, in the processes that led to the expulsion of the Nigerian national called A. Umbudusi Wambodiki. He had earlier been named by President Weah to the Governance Commission and later to the Liberian Anti-Corruption Commission. But when he was nominated to chair the National Elections Commission, the alarm blew, giving the name and everything. But it's not so much of the name. He was quizzed about his nationality, and he began to make conflicting statements about his nationality when he became a Liberian citizen. And that drew the attention of the senators. And it began a public discourse. In fact, the LMBA listened and captured that information from the media, and it became a matter of concern because at that point he was a member of the Liberian National Bar Association, a counselor at law of the Supreme Court Bar. So when that came about, we decided to do an investigation. But before then, the Bar Association said that the National Executive Council, which is the highest decision-making body of the bar in the absence of the annual convention of the bar, mandated President Gonglo to institute an investigation, since it's a public knowledge that he was on the radio. It became a public matter. He could not answer the questions properly. He was giving some very confusing statements to the public. Being an institution of integrity, and our members are also urged to conduct themselves in similar fashion and manner. The Executive Council mandated President Gonglo to authorize our Grievance and Ethics Committee, chaired by Councilor Milton Taylor, to institute an investigation. That was on the 31st of March, 2020. And predicated upon our communication, Mr. Wabudiki was giving an invitation on the 6th of April to appear before the bar, the committee. He didn't do so. He wrote a bar and raised a lot of issues, that we had no right to ask about his citizenship. We had no right, as a government of Liberia, that can give citizenship to people. And all of total disrespect to his colleagues on the bar. He did not show up. He was also written again in the same April on the 9th to appear on the 27th. He didn't show up. And it continued. In fact, he made it to a point where it became so difficult that being in Liberia, we had to post the invitation to him, the what we call the citation for appearing, to meet the service requirement under our law, because he had reached at a point where he did not want to receive communication from the professional body that covers all lawyers, and acted in 1907 by an act of the National Legislature of the Republic of Liberia. So The short of the long is that after these series of engagements, citations, and he now responding, the justice minister did file because he had gone to the court and filed for something called declaratory judgment. And the Minister of Justice did file a response to that and made it clear that from all of the records, this guy was a fraudster. He did not have the citizenship as he claimed. Those things are available. We are going to make it available to the Spoon Network. But importantly, this is a gentleman who has 3 different dates of birth in 3 different national instruments from the Republic of Liberia: 1960, 1963, and 1969. Marriage certificate got different information. His passport got different information. In his own filing in 1992, he said he was a Nigerian citizen. I keep all the records. When I'm leaving, I'll leave them here with the Spoon Network so you can delve further into it to uncover what we're talking about. But the point I'm making to you is that he was expelled by the Bar Association. And I believe as an autonomous body, we got our constitution, we have our bylaws. We give us the power to investigate anyone who is a member. And when you are involved in an act that constitutes, that abrogates our constitution and has the proclivity to plunge the organization into public disrepute, the bar has to act, and the bar did act, and he was expelled. And I cannot countenance how he will ever emerge. We did not disbar him. We don't have that power as a bar association, but we have
Thank
power
you.
to
That's so.
investigate.
Let's just jump in because it's 7 o'clock already. Sorry to interrupt you,
Go ahead,
Counselor.
Yes.
I see that it's very interesting to you, that we can get on and talk about Wamadiki. Uh, it's also important to know that we hope we will get in contact with Councillor Wanadiki to bring him on the show to hear him out as well. Uh, we hope you have given us those information you have that we can go through them to perfectly ask you our questions. But thank you. As you say, you're going to leave it in the studio. And we'll find time to bring you back on that we can really discuss this one
Yeah, sure.
issue.
Sure.
Now,
Sure.
as you said, you are not representing the bar, so therefore we have to speak to the bar and ask them to send a representative as to their position. These are the things we do here on Spoon because it is important that we should be able to speak from all ends. I just want to go back. Therefore, I have no question on the Wamadiki issue. You are making your case that I can see those documents, that I can speak to the councilor and bring him on the show, ask the bar about their position, that they can send their official position, and then maybe I will have some concern. But I just want to correct the fact that we were talking about this budget, and you took us back and say, I had to do it, councilor. I had to, because, a lot of folks follow Spoon Talk, and we have to be very, very straight up with our audience. Well, as you can see, this budget is about, it got nothing to do with the Liberia National Police, nothing to do with fire service, nothing to do with immigration. It's right there, it's clear. Police of correction, coming down goods and services, codification that at the Ministry of Justice. You can see the rest of it because this is what was turned over to the incoming government. I'm going to move to the next page here just to be correct and on point because we just deserve better as people. So the next page here, as you can see, the next, there you go. The total amount remained the same. So where on this paper, sir, are you saying that we are in mistake? We are making mistake, and you think this include the Liberia National Police and the rest of them? Except you want us to move on. I just needed to prove that. We are not making a mistake.
You have not deconstructed, or what do I say? You have not negated my position.
Help us
Uh,
understand, sir.
I mean, from just an elementary view, if you look at the papers that you are showing up,
Mm-hmm.
they got something called personnel costs. It's not broken down. They got something called goods and services. It's not broken down. Now, if you look at the upper side, if you were to do just a simple mathematic, the first layer up to and including the fourth layer, you will know that it cannot amount to the 30 million. I'm just being rational. I'm not an accountant. So you cannot tell me these 3 or 4 characteristics that you have exhibited here will cover 40 million. I'm just simply telling you on the way you got personnel costs, goods and services. It encompasses other parastatals that are not named in the figures here. But as I said, I didn't come to dwell on that here because the if we were to do so, we can take time on trying to dissect it one by one. I'm
And
just putting it back to you.
yeah,
You got the layer there on our budget. You got something. If you look there, rehabilitation, codification, prosecution, programs, and then you got economic affairs. If you see that, that's a different chunk of 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 figures. Then you come
have
underneath.
you seen the total
So,
turnover
so I just
document?
wanted you to take note of that. Then you will get to understand with me.
Councillor, have you
But I
seen the
didn't come to
total?
come do mathematics
No, no,
here
no, no.
today.
It's okay. I understand. I'll be very, very, because we just need to
But
understand.
I'm only saying to you the LMBA is resolved that a Wambodigi will
Have you
never
seen the
ever
total?
be a member of the LMBA.
Have you seen the total turnover document?
Say that.
Have you seen the total turnover document?
Stan and I have made some very clear positions on this show tonight, and I keep coming on a barrage of repeated questions. I
I
don't know
never
whether
asked
this
you
is
this question.
I
I
don't know
have never
whether this
asked you
is
the question
whether this
before.
is style you have on your show.
But I have never asked you the question
Do you
before,
try to intimidate your guests here?
Councillor. I
Or
just
is
asked
that,
you
is
a
that
clear
a
question.
style to do that?
Have
Is
you?
that you?
Have you?
Do you try
Yeah,
to do that here?
you're a councillor, and you talk about
No, you
intimidation.
cannot. You have no such
You, you,
capacity to do so.
you're a counselor. You bend around the corner when you talk about journalism, and you're talking about intimidation. Seriously,
Because
to
you
ask
keep
you
coming
whether
back with questions
you
that
are
answer
seeing
that's the
the
point making.
total turnover document, and you say I'm trying to intimidate you. Also, on that note, I really don't want to intimidate you if you see it that way. Again, we hope to speak to. Now, you are interested in the Wamadiki case. I do not want to intimidate you on the turnover document. Let me go back to Wamadiki case. Like I said, uh, we will send an invitation to Wamadiki. Uh, we were asking to join us, and we sent invitation to the Liberal National Bar for their representative to appear on the show. Then we'll call you back as to the Bobby F.W. Livingstone. But I think something about this one, Madigi, is why it's so important to you, since you want us to stick with this story. Why is so? Just give her one line. Why
It is
is so
important
touching? Mhm.
because this is an institution, is one of the cradles of our country. For a single individual, a fraudster, one who came to this country and tried to manipulate our records, to be seen as having the capacity to prevail against the Bar Association of this country is an exercise of futility on his part. The lawyers of this country are resolved on this matter. It was painstakingly done. It was not done with any prejudice, with any malice. He divulged his complicated records and conflicting records In 1992, he got this record that he's a Nigerian, and he managed to penetrate our system.
Is he
Got
a
to the
liberal?
law
Is he a liberal citizen?
Assuming we are admitting that he was able to get a Liberian citizenship in 2023, assuming he had already been expelled from the Bar Association as a member. We are not talking about he's a lawyer. The Supreme Court has the authority. I heard today the Supreme Court has granted him the permission to practice law.
Correct.
And we have nothing to say about that. But he will not be getting an LMBA license. He will not attend an LMBA function. He can't come to our assembly. He cannot come to our convention. He cannot come to anything around LMBA. That is clear because this position I'm communicating was done by the bar. I'm only saying it here today because these are things that challenge our country. A fraudster comes and manipulates our system, and it seems to be like he seems to be having the impression he has an edge against over 800 to 900 Liberian lawyers. That is an illusion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor, let me speak to him. I have his number. Let me just, if he agreed to come on, will you be willing to come on?
I will
if he
get
agreed
on
to
the
come
show.
on?
You can even call him now.
No, we all have
Maybe
time,
his number
Councillor.
will be here.
It's 12 o'clock. It's after 12 your time. You got to go. I'm not going to wake him up. We didn't arrange this. But I mean, I'm asking you, would you like to come on once he agreed?
I'm on this matter. If you call it tomorrow, I will come. You call it on Sunday, I will come.
All right,
let me
speak
you should
to
not
him.
call it on the inauguration day because I'll be into the inauguration matters.
So let me speak to him tomorrow. And I know Madam Titi have your number. We're going to reach out to you. And then we'll bring you back because it's very important that we have to discuss. But I do not want us to discuss it in his absence. He been fair to us. He spoke to this network before, and we'd like to bring him on.
Yeah, sure. But what I'm saying is a matter of public record. I'm not giving you something that is from my personal perspective. I'm only giving you the point that the Bar Association reached a decision on the 19th of June 2020 to expel him.
So after all of that, like you said, Councillor, the last question, because we got to go. After all of that, so you mean that the President George Manneh, who got but 3 more days in office, he was totally wrong to even appoint him. Is that true?
He benefited from a lot of schemes.
Was President George totally wrong by appointing him?
I would say, given all that began, that we got to know about him, yes. In subsequent time, when he was a governor, no information. This guy even served as secretary of the bar before.
Okay, thank you.
We didn't get all of that until he now revealed to us that he has been through schemes and different kinds of maneuverings.
Thank you.
And, you know,
who do you think advised the president to appoint him? Who do you think advised President? Who do you think advised President George Manneh we have to even appoint him, sir?
I think he has misled a lot of people in our spaces within especially this outgoing government. He has close relations with some strategic actors, and he benefited from that to the point where he could convince them to send him to an institution such as NEC. And my instructor in college used to tell me, wanting more, you lose all.
Thank you very much to Councillor Bobby F.W. Livingstone. We want to say thanks. Exactly. The man that said he couldn't speak on the 3 Mason balls issue. He couldn't speak on the $100 million drugs case. He couldn't speak on anything, but only so excited to speak on the Wambodiki issue. We appreciate your time, sir. We hope to have you back.
And anytime. I hope the next time we'll come, we'll talk other matters.
I want to make a statement before he goes.
Gibson, go ahead.
You know, I can't let Bobby
I
leave.
will not provoke my response.
I can't let Bobby leave until I tell Bobby and the Bar Association that they are in error. You see, Bobby saying, I'm not a lawyer. He is a lawyer, plus all of the lawyers at the Bar Association. Before Nwakudiki became a lawyer to practice at the Supreme Court, his citizenship and law degree, law license were challenged. The Supreme Court passed on it and granted him the license. They go ahead to practice in Liberia. Therefore, in our country, the final arbiter of justice is the Supreme Court. So if the Supreme Court granted him and passed on his citizenship as a Liberian citizen, everything the Bar Association did were out of sheer hatred. And part of their action is about citizenship, xenophobic attitude. He's a Nigerian. Look at when he started a comment. We cannot allow a Nigerian man to come to our country. Xenophobic. I'm sorry, I have to say this, and people will not like it. As we speak,
foreigners are not allowed to practice law in Liberia.
Yes.
Let me tell you that.
Hold on.
Public,
when I finish, you can do anything you want to do. Please.
Okay.
Even as you speak, Bobby, in our studio, the Supreme Court, which is your bargain, has just approved the man again. So the man can go ahead and practice. He can be a lawyer. And you come to the studio and still say they make him be a lawyer. Where is your backing? The Supreme Court is the...
Can I?
Oh my God, I come in.
Okay.
How many points are you alone get? You only get 2, left and right. So here is the thing. Councilor Gongo is my own man. He was, I think, president of the bar when that thing happened, when they expelled Wakadiki. And that was brought out of a political sentiment created as a result of his confirmation hearing. Bobby, this man was appointed by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf at the Governance Commission. Bobby, this man was Secretary General of the Bar Association, and the Bar Association did not do due diligence to make sure that he's not a Liberian citizen, and they made him and voted him as secretary. This man was suspended for 6 months for the Supreme Court to look into his citizenship and law license. The Supreme Court lifted his suspension and said, yes, you can practice in Liberia. Where are you coming from? And you want to, what else do you want? Or because the Bar Association is an organization that has convention to have, that has party to go to, that has other small Kugutin to go to party. So Mwagadugi cannot go there, then he's not a lawyer. No. You guys are wrong because you are running against a heavy tie, and that heavy tie is a Supreme Court.
So I gave him the chance because we gotta go, Gibson. Let's give the councillor the chance to respond to you, please.
Mr. Gibson, we don't speak on sentiments. I try to roll out to you and lay out the processes that it was on his own admission. On our law, admission made by a party is admissible. He made his own admission, submitted his conflicting biodatas and records of naturalization. He submitted, and we picked them up from the public space. Our law says fraud vitiates all. So, where you are coming from?
Is the Supreme Court in error?
You have no premise.
Is the Supreme Court in
you
error?
You have no face to fry in the conversation.
Is Supreme Court in error?
You are
is the
just
Supreme Court
wasting
in
your
error?
time because there's not one area where you can answer.
Hold on 1 minute.
Is the Supreme Court in error?
So, do not interrupt me, Gibson.
No, I'm not interrupting. I'm asking questions. That's what we do here. That's what we do here. It's the Supreme Court of Liberia that just ruled recently that you can practice law. It's the Supreme Court in error.
Stanton, who is conducting this show? Because Gibson is the one, he's becoming intolerant here.
Let me ask you,
It's the Supreme Court in error.
I'd like to end my comment.
I'd
like to end on this note.
Councilor, hold on 1 minute.
I'll let you
Councilor,
end on this note.
Councilor, hold on before you give us your parting statement. Again, want to say thank you for joining Spoon. We hope you can come back that we can discuss the issue. But indeed, we really want you to answer this question. Can the Liberal back, can your organization stop him from practicing, stop Womadiki from practicing in Liberia?
No.
The Supreme Court has a landmark opinion in Chila and 2016 that to practice law in Liberia, you must be in good standing with the Liberian National Bar Association. We have expelled him, and he cannot return to the Bar Association as a member. We are not talking about his practice of law. He cannot come to us for license, and we have begun licensing since 2021 when I was Secretary General. Since 2020, September. We instituted the licensing regime. And one of the reasons that prompted this was that we had to reconstruct the database of all Liberian lawyers after the Womadiki matter. And that's why today, every Liberian lawyer, when you are dealing with a Liberian lawyer, you must ask him or her.
So you answered the question correctly. The Supreme Court
license number.
Yeah, but the Supreme Court ruled in his favor. You are saying you are now authorized to give him lesson to practice, correct?
No, I didn't say that. I said on the practice of law, the Supreme Court deals with that. We did not disbar him as a lawyer. We expel him as a member of the Bar Association. So
my question, can he practice without being a member of the Bar Association, sir?
That is a dilemma now that he faces. We have expelled him from our bar.
So can you answer me now? Can he practice without being a member, sir?
So that is what he has to deal with, because he's not going to get license from us. And the very Supreme Court has said, you must get license from you must be in good standing with the bar. In the opinion
so you have to help us understand, because we're not part of your bar association. We don't know your policy. I'm asking you a direct question. Can Womadiki practice without the blessing of the bar association?
The question would say the father and the mother, the son and the father. Can the father say he doesn't need the son? And can the son say he doesn't need the father? That is the decision of the rock and the hard place. He is not a member of the Bar Association. If he can practice law without the Bar Association, that would be what we have to look up to in this country. He has been expelled by the bar, and he is expelled by the bar. We are not talking about the Supreme Court's authority. That's not what I came to talk about here. The Supreme Court has authority on the practice of law. But the same Supreme Court has said, your practice of law must be in good standing with the Bar Association. That's why you got to pay annual bar dues.
So we want to say thank you, Councilor. Councilor Livingston, can you please give us the document? Let's go over it. You are making a point and leaving the Liberian people not understanding completely. But I know there's another lawsuit coming, and maybe you guys will be going back to the Supreme Court. But we can speak to him. I want to say thank you for joining Spoon and raising this issue, sir.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, and I look forward to come another time. Thank you so much. I'm going to leave the documents here. You can peruse it, and then have another time we can talk about it extensively.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bobby F.W. Livingston. Enjoy your inauguration on Monday, man.
Yeah, I'll be fully part of that.
All right, thank you. All right. So am I kind of like, I don't know, though, Glendy. Let me come to you. The Supreme Court said they make a practice. Yeah, the Supreme Court said the guy would practice. Womadiki can go back and do his normal business. The bar saying no, he cannot.
So the Supreme Court is the ruler of the law in Liberia. So we have to understand what is their jurisdiction, the bar. If they have the sole authority to give licenses to practice, that's different. So where does their power start and where does it end? That's the thing. That's why I think Councilor Livingston could not answer the question definitively, because he knows that the bar will not be higher than the Supreme Court. So if the Supreme Court said the man can practice, and they also are under the Supreme Court rule They have to follow what the Supreme Court said. The man will practice. Unless the Supreme Court said we have no jurisdiction on the fact of licensing a lawyer and you all can do it and that's your sole function and we will not interrupt, then he can say yes. But he knows that they cannot stop him from practicing if the Supreme Court has already ruled that he can practice. They will have to give him his license.
Thank you, Gibson. You know, I want to bring you on in this one, Gibson, which is so important. The counselor, all due respect to this counselor, you know, he seemed to be a nice dude. You know him. But he refused to answer questions pertaining to the three Mason balls, the $100 million trust case. But it is in the report. And we flag this because we have the report. Report submitted for review and action. Completed, Gibson. Where is that report? Who they submitted the report to? Why is it in Jade? Why are they hiding it? What's the reason why they couldn't publish this report? They couldn't call a press conference to this report. Gibson, can you help us?
To be honest, I think Bobby didn't do any favor to himself tonight. And thank God some of us are here to tell people so they can go home, they sleep in the morning when they wake up, they say, Gibson told me. He didn't do anything tonight to himself. Listen, it's simple. Your ministry in which you work as a prosecutor, an issue that drew a national concern, and your minister handled it, issue a statement of how they investigated, and that release or issue, the media play with it, and they say it is completed. Even if you were not on the prosecutorial team, you can say, well, I know about this case, but here is where I stand on the issue. These are the questions I have, and I hope these questions can be answered. That's what lawyers will do. These are questions that lawyers can ask. He didn't answer any question tonight. He didn't answer the question of the three boys. He didn't answer a simple question that Glendy asked. Then he said in the financial crime sector, in fact, he's the head of the financial crime. Drugs, the drug matter was part of the financial crime. And
he said he's not answering.
Yeah. Then he asked, he said, okay, saying they fall under your jurisdiction. Do you say there was an error there? He said he can't talk. So if I start now, somebody from the public and say maybe he took some bribe, and because he said he was one of the prosecutors, how did they miss it?
But Gibson, I think I will share this report with you guys. I think I did already. Some of them in the chat room, right? But let's just stick focus on these three missing boys, though. Where is the report? Who they gave this report to?
Yeah, which report was completed?
Yeah.
Which report was completed?
And what was in the report? What is it that is said in the report? Did they say the boys were drowned? Did they say somebody killed them? Did they say Mose is innocent? Did they say that the boys killed themselves? What was in the report that was completed? And nobody from the prosecutorial arm of government can come and tell us, even though you're not in that department.
And I think, I don't know, the next justice minister get his hand full because we're talking about the budget. He wants to tell say that including the fire service, the immigration, the Liberia National Police. No, because that's what I asked him, folks. I said, have you seen the turnover document? Or somebody just made it up? It's just a made up story, that turnover document, because we have the entire document.
Yeah,
we have everything.
Well, first of all, he told you he didn't know about it. First of all, he tried to excuse himself out of it.
But I don't know how to.
Then later on, he said, "No, that's not the truth you're telling." So, and you're asking a very good question. Which one is it? You don't know about it, or I'm not right.
I'm not right. Yeah, which one? I mean, talk to us because this is crazy, folks. I want people to understand the three missing balls issue. It's a big story, Glendy. It's very huge. You cannot come on the show. You are from the Justice Department, and that's why we bring up the question from the turnover document. They say in there that they have completed the investigation. And Liberians need to know this. They said, I'm going to cut that portion and I'm going to give it to Nelson and for them to put it on social media that they see.
True.
They said they have completed the investigation. So then what happened, Gibson?
The thing is, I don't even know, Senator, if the thing by just doing that report, typing it up, it means that people can question them. I don't understand. And it
For
was
me,
such
I
a
say,
sensational story that everybody knew about it.
look, I know Bobby to be tough guy when he was journalist. Even when he became Anthony, I was staying in Liberia, tough guy. But to be honest, he was saving his skin tonight. He was saving his skin. He still want to maintain that position. You don't want to speak against the player. And then Musa Din gave him the last boots to go one day to the inauguration, and he has to lobby to come back. So he saved his skin tonight by not saying anything. All of the questions were so simple. Very, very simple questions. You can't even answer the question. Can this man practice without the bar? Yes or no?
I mean, I feel like want to dig an issue because number one, you cannot sit there and say the Supreme Court came out and say go back and do what you usually do. Now the Supreme Court ruling based on the fact that this man is a Liberian citizen and he can practice.
Exactly.
He's a
And
Liberian
listen,
citizen and he
let
can
the
practice.
public know this. Please, let the public know this. The man license was challenged from the beginning because of his citizenship. The Supreme Court ruled that based on the investigation, I remember I published that document. Based on the investigation, this man is allowed to practice law as citizen of Liberia. That's how he started practicing.
Finish.
Based on that ruling, the Supreme Court, the Bar Association voted him Secretary General of the Bar Association because he was already clear as a Liberian. And also based on that, he was able to be appointed by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to the Governance Commission. And George Weah reappointed to the Governance Commission and moving to the LSCC. So now it came out as a controversy. Somebody raised it, the government raised the issue at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, okay, we're going to suspend you for 6 months to look into the matter. They suspended him for 6 months. After the investigation, Supreme Court comes back and says, this man is a citizen, let him go ahead and practice. Then the Bar Association, they make him practice. How? They make him sue the Bar Association and he will win that case hands down because the Bar Association will be pitched against the Supreme Court and all the justices will be pitched against the bar and they will tell you, no, you are wrong.
Yeah, and that's why that's why we cannot continue with that bar association story, Glenny, because again, we will understand they will have to go back to the Supreme Court. He will take them to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will rule as to whether he can be given his right to go back to the Liberian Bar Association and be member of. Listen, I want to leave that. I want us to talk about the other issue that is so concerning about and Liberians need to know this. Mo Ali posted something which is so interesting. This is what Mo Ali said. Foreign ministers said they have printed 5,000 invitations and have distributed them. But most members of the UP leadership, members of the UP Alliance Party's leadership and auxiliaries are yet to receive any of the 5,000 invitations. This is today. Even Mo Ali have not got an invitation yet. As he said, I wonder what's going on. We are receiving this report. That which was printed were only given to CDC, Glenny. CDC received the invitation. Unity Party and their alliance, they didn't receive that which they have asked for. What's going on, Glenny? What are you hearing with this invitation thing? A lot of people calling me.
Now that you say it's true. There are a couple of my friends who send me a copy of their invitation and their actual seditions. Because if people like Mo and Deco also posted this also that they have the invitation, we have the precedent. I mean, this is how can we have dignitaries coming to the country and this is another flop? I don't understand. I don't understand this mediocrity that we do in Liberia. Like it's okay. I just don't get it. You having a program, people are gonna be watching. They want to create it, they want to cause chaos there. So you think so that if the
I think that's the issue, and yes, the issue, and that's the reason why you see Gibson laughing, folks. This is not a joke.
I know.
Sedition, they are planning something very, very bad. They are giving invitation to their group, Glenny, to go over there and boo or not to attend at all. And the place will be empty. Seriously, I am receiving a report and I want to say to everyone hearing us today in Radio Land, the invitation, they have shortchanged the Unity Party and her alliance. I mean,
folks are not getting invitation. Mo Ali was very clear on this one. The office of the president-elect.
So let me ask you a question.
No. But wait, again, let me finish.
Have a transitional committee.
Let me finish. I will not say your question. You will let me finish. Because you said it over there, you get 3 invitations you yourself.
How can a transitional committee organized and appointed by JB sit there and attend meetings with the government-owned transitional team, and the people print invitation, and they did not demand a sufficient, significant portion of that invitation to give it to their people, and Mo Ali is complaining? That's failed leadership.
So you want me to answer your question sincerely, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Sincerely, yes, sincerely.
No, seriously. And somebody by the name of Kula answer that question. Okay? There's a reason why I say you want me to answer your question sincerely, because someone answered this question. And it's very important for us to know. And I like her answer. You are right, Gibson. And I don't think Glennie or Dr. Richardson will blame you on this one. You are quite correct. There are 2 groups on the JPTT. Why would you trust the foreign ministry to print the invitation and distribute the invitation?
Thank you.
And this way, how can your ex plan your wedding and be in charge of your guest list? And so that's the answer.
Unbelievable.
And Kula Fofana, I don't know who Kula V Fofana is.
That girl is smart. That girl is smart.
Yeah, she ran for, was he representative in Cape Mount?
But I'm just saying to you, this is very interesting. This is an interesting answer.
Why allow them to do this?
They say, how can your ex plan your wedding and be in charge of your guest list?
And be in charge of your guest list. Oh my God, Kula.
This is interesting. So, my fellow Liberian, here we are. Who, the committee, the inaugural committee, the transitional team, Boema Kamara, Mo Ali, Amos Twe, and all of them, the person responsible for the cluster at the foreign ministry, Augustine Cullen, all of them. Why would they trust? And I'm going to call Mo Ali here. Maybe he can better answer this question. And Mo Ali ran on Facebook and said, well, I get invitation. I know no one will be able to stop Mo Ali, though. I know they cannot stop him, but maybe they could. But, Granny, how can your ex, your current ex, plan your wedding?
But what if my current ex would be here to even be planning my wedding?
Yeah.
What about he would be here to be planning my wedding? Such a significant program. Yeah, when they're supposed to be in charge, they allow the people to slip through like that. Where he coming?
But I don't even know if you get eggs. Sorry, that was just a joke.
I even get some. I get no.
I like this girl.
I don't even know why you got big eggs to say it for.
I'm sorry. No, la Kula bringing that eggs thing. I mean, I don't even know, Benny. Sorry, I don't even know what the eggs said. Let me tell you. Let me tell my boyfriend that one. Woo, this one is big.
No, but the issue you raised about booing, I think it makes it might look trivial to other people, but if all the invitations are held by CDC, 2 things can happen.
That's what they're
Either
doing.
they don't go there because they are the one that have the invitation. They boycott the whole thing. The whole place is you got a presidential event. Not anybody can just walk in. The place is not. It's empty. Or they go there and somebody pack a booing march and become a media spectacle. I hope that will not happen because this should
No, don't hope. You are saying what we are hearing. You are saying what we are hearing. There is no invitation enough given to UP and her alliance.
They won't be there, but it's also a security risk also. Because if they're giving all the invitation to seditions and not JMB people, you have foreign people coming in. Those people, those seditions coming, some of them probably already irate, they're upset. You don't want them there. How could they do this?
They are in a position. I can tell you, Glendy Gibson. They are in a position. They have given the invitation to all of the seditions, right? All of them, to attend the program, and half of them saying they would stay home, they would not attend. That's a boycott. And those that would be there, they will be in the majority compared to Unity Partisan or the alliance. And then guess what happened? There was boo. Imagine if you have foreign dignitaries sitting over there, and Joseph Braga go up to speak, and they start to boo, and half of the place empty, nearly all of the place empty, because you're gonna have almost the capacity of that place is but what, 25,000, right? What's the capacity? Well, no, not even,
They're having it at Centennial Pavilion.
Yeah, having a Centennial Pavilion. So therefore, this is a dumb thing. There's people
But
gonna
they still have time to correct it. This is the last minute to time. If they have proof, and if they have a good enough number of their people saying that they don't have invitation, they can squash it. They can do new invitations, and they can do names of people. They have to correct this, because this is dangerous completely. You can't just take this lightly. Or they just have the program where only foreign guests will come in, and then you leave the Liberian outside, and you handpick the people that's supposed to go, and that's it.
Yeah, but Gibson, you asked a good question though.
Control this.
Gibson, you asked a good question. Why are we here? Why you think these guys accepted the fact that Maestro Kamaya should run the show, knowing very well that Maestro Kamaya is a bad dude? Oh, you want me to look at my phone? I don't see anything, Gibson. What are you showing me?
I'm going to send you a video. Kamanya is warning people not to even try to put your phone if you don't have any invitation. So if Mo Ali does not have invitation, you might not even try to put
You shouldn't go there.
Okay,
we're gonna listen to Kamaya.
If you want to play, you can play that. But Kamaya is serious about this.
But we're gonna listen to Kamaya.
But that's serious thing. The man said, don't try it.
Man, Kamaya will sleep, man.
Don't put your phone.
Let Kamaya go sleep, man.
The money they're talking, the money talking, showing
foreign affairs until he's booted out.
Which minister?
Bye. Let Kamaya go sleep, man.
I never even knew he had voice until I heard him the money talking about how you put new CV card.
If you put your foot there, if you not get invitation, the security will be.
You know, this is what Kamaya should do. I think he should do this on Sunday. Be like Eugene, just resign.
Yes. She's saying tomorrow morning.
Yeah, just resign. Be like Joseph Koji, just carry your Bible. Leave everything and take one of your Bible.
And man, no call.
But I thought that was one. They said the poor should not steal from the poor government offices. Jefferson Koji just took his bow that he carried.
But what he carried there? What did he even carry there?
There's nothing else there to steal. He has taken them all.
Can't talk about he carried there. He said, I brought this one. You brought one.
There is nothing else to steal. He has taken them all.
Oh my.
But I mean, look at Eugene. Look at Eugene letter. Eugene letter was very important. I tender my resignation and offer my sincere appreciation for the opportunity you granted me to serve.
So who was that letter written to? Is that
somebody just sent me a message and say
Excellency?
Somebody sent me a message and say it's
Excellency
not true.
who?
Or JMB team have insufficient invitation. That is not true.
Who said to you that person has sedition?
That's sedition.
Then there will be no unity party. That person has sedition.
Poor.
Yeah, but this is concerning. I want us to.
What's gonna happen if unity party people don't have invitation? Rest assured that they will be dressed up. They will be outside. They will be there. So they better correct this one. Even if they cannot enter, they will be on the sidewalk.
They will push them far away.
But who will be disgraced? And we will be there.
I've been attending that program before. They will push them far away. They will only be 500 feet away from the place.
Look at you.
Okay, I'm telling you, I've attended several inaugurations. They will push you 500 feet away from the area. In fact, they barricade.
No, but you know what, Gibson? Let me say this. This is concerning, Gibson. You know, we are not going to laugh about this. You know, I think I would sit there fairly, and we just can't wait for money to come. I must tell you, I just can't wait, because a lot of mistake
A lot of mistake. The money issue we discussed yesterday, they ain't giving the people the money. A lot of things happening, a lot of different stuff happening. So tomorrow is Saturday. You go to Saturday, here comes Sunday, Monday, 12 noon. Joe is not there no more. I mean, for 6 years, we went through this thing. We'll go through it. Even if you come here using his last authority and say, don't come if you don't have invitation, like Glendy said, the people will stand outside.
They will stand outside.
They will wait to see JMB leaving and they will wait for him.
It will be raining on Monday. It will be raining.
They were walking in poo water.
And the people can walk in poo water while rain. Listen, let me encourage everybody. Don't listen to CDC. They took the invitation and they say they want to boycott. Let them boycott.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't finished. Money will come and money will go. Joe will be ex-president. Even if they say they will do it in the kitchen, they will do it in the kitchen. Go there. If they say don't enter, stand outside. And if you stand outside, set a break. Be happy. Under the rain, under the sun, that's the change we fought for.
Wait for your president.
That's the change we fought for.
Yeah.
Last minute to turn, they won't do the last minute witchcraft. That's a business.
Yes.
We go anywhere. It must happen. It must happen. We must have this turnover.
It will happen.
He can stop it. By fire, by force. It will happen. Even Gibson said he get 10 invitations against him.
He can business.
I will bring all my
You need to go there. Please.
Everybody,
line
up.
You don't have invitation, go there.
Line up.
Go outside and wait, Moali.
Yes.
After Monday, President George Manneh, we are 12th noon Monday, will be ex-president. 1201, he will be former president.
Former.
He will not get no convoy, but he will be having only 2 cars, maybe 3. The third car will be all his 10.
The man already started playing football.
I've been friends. Let me talk to my Liberian people. Look at Madam Salih. How many cars behind her? Can she block the traffic?
No.
Can they say pull over?
She will wait long.
Joe Manneh will be former president. He will wait in line and want to see the private jet coming in and out.
Poor.
We want to see him traveling with 64 members of a team.
Oh, poor.
We'll be patient. Master coming here will be former foreign minister, and he cannot come to America.
And he cares to go to court money.
And they will put him in court. Listen, do not sit there and worry yourself. We are worried for 6 years. So what I 72 hours?
Twins mother here, but Glendy, you're not even twins mother.
Who?
No, Glendy cannot be twins mother.
I am twins mother. I have 2 sets of twins.
No, but not on the show. You're not twins mother.
No, get me on the show. Who the twins? Who? That John, we are my twins?
Well, but I will say this. Those of you that listen to us on radio, JMB have given your district 5,000 each.
Yes.
And they counted 10,000. If you cannot go there, stay in your district and celebrate.
Yes.
We must encourage you. This is very important. JMB and Jeremiah Kuhn remain, and they will be, by the grace of God. Money will come, money will go. You will wake up and you will breathe a fresh air of relief.
Yes.
We will not be deterred. We will not be frightened. We will not be spectators in our own country ever again.
Negative.
That's why they are refusing to give the turnover note, but we get a turnover note. We will chase them. We'll remind them where the completion of the investigation of the 3 missing boys. The $100 million drugs case. What's the conclusion? The next one we have is the LDCC report of indictment that we have refused to bring up.
They say completed.
The indictment for the LDCC, you know what it's saying? They are begging to pay restitution. We got a whole document. They say, you know what, let's pay restitution, but don't indict us. They have met with the new LDCC leadership, Gibson. Liberia Water and Sword came. The other group, they come and say, please, let's pay restitution. Don't indict us. And we're telling them, don't try it. The indictment must be indictment. This is huge, Gibson. So don't sit there and say you will stay home. Don't stay home. If you plan to go, you travel, and they say you can't enter, stay outside. We went through the bullets. We went through the fire. We jumped over dead body. We ate things that we shouldn't have eaten. At the end 2017, they brought Jowiah. We celebrated. Jowiah served for us for 6 years. That 72 hour you and I hold on to, we beg you, man. We begging you. We are asking you, don't fight. We are asking you, be obedient. We are asking you, be loyal. And remember, Monday, 12:01, you will have a new president called President Joseph Yema Kwakukwe.
You almost said
no, Joseph Yema Kwakukwe. They get one other name for him, Bwakai. We want to say to you, don't give up. You have come a long way. Don't be afraid no more. Celebrate all night on Monday. Celebrate all night.
They wanted me to stay there for the inauguration.
Your only invitation you should wear on Monday will be red, white, and blue.
Yes.
That should be your only invitation.
Sovereignty,
red, white,
nation.
and blue. Don't wear green because it's not Unity Party that gave you victory. Don't wear blue because it's not the other party that gave you victory. The only victory you have is because you're a Liberian and you voted for the direction that you want the country to go to, and that country color is red, white, and blue. That's what you need to wear. If I were in Liberia, I don't want to enter that pavilion. I want to be on the side. I want to celebrate with my people. I want to put my hand up and say, free our lives. Free our lives. Thank God Almighty, we are free our lives. Look at the 3 missing boys, Glendy. Look at them. They're gone. They're dead. No report.
No report.
Then somebody say, let's get all of the election mode. We cannot forget, my people. Don't sit there. Don't cry. Don't let Gibson get all of the. Gibson went to Liberia. He came out with 10 invitations. Who gave it to him? Who gave it to him? No, who gave Gibson 10 invitations?
Yeah, well, I just stay there and carry 10 people.
You know, this is wrong. So we're going to take few calls.
I'm leaving. I'm going.
No, today Friday.
Yeah,
I gotta go. I know you gotta go. Don't let me talk here. You got 10 more minutes. Let's take a few calls. Then we all leave.
Wait. Why you don't want to talk?
No,
how you gonna join them here? How you gonna be joining this story?
I know, all the people on the show, I think Glendy and myself were looking friendly. All the other they were making plan with me.
They won't be you out there.
Nobody making plan with you. Get Glendy by side, then you will know whether you're friendly or not. Yeah, you're friendly. My people, because we have to go. Listen, we started the show late. Tomorrow we have John Balu. Everybody getting up for the inauguration. We got Dwalu on his way. We got our brother Stephen Johnson. We have Fatima, or we have Fadika.
I hope all people didn't get an invitation.
They all gone, and I think we have Mame, Prince, Fagon. They all here. We'll be watching. We'll give you a beautiful show on Monday. We'll have a special edition on Monday. We're gonna be here early. If any one of you can join, we'll be speaking to folks. We'll be making the case for Liberia as always. It will be very interesting. The election time is different from our time. Our 7 a.m. is 12 noon in Liberia. So we got to start early.
Okay, because we got to be part of it.
What is
You
early?
know, yeah, early will be like 6 a.m. if you can, because we can do the aftermath. The party will be over. The program will be over. That program will last up to 12:30, 1 o'clock is done. Just imagine 12:01. Jose Yima Bwaka will
President.
put his hand up. I do solemnly swear to uphold.
Okay, if it rain tomorrow, no will.
My man,
What man will be
your
president?
ring. And let me say this, and that's the reason why I say I don't like Gibson. Rain or no rain,
There will be
there
there.
must be inauguration. Okay?
So
Except you are telling your president not to go there, then I business. Even in your
But
absence.
if Daria does not turn up, then no.
People may get away from you, man.
yeah.
Yeah, you not to turn up.
The president could be sick tomorrow. You're not forced
Let
to
him
go
be
there.
sick. Let
Tell
him
you to be
dance.
sick. Tell you to be sick.
Okay. Somebody there, you can feel sorry for them.
Let him be sick. We're still.
But you know what?
At
the end of the day, I must tell you though, at the end of the day, seriously, I like this quote from Kula. How can your ex plan your wedding and be in
This
charge?
is the best quote of the year.
Yes.
This is so sweet. This is so sweet. This is interesting. That's what she said. I really do. But let's send a greeting real quick to our folks who want to recognize our brother. Yes, this is our brother, the ambassador, President-elect Jose Yima Bwaka, and Jeremiah Kuhn, the vice president.
No sound, no.
Yes, he looked like Imam. Seriously speaking.
Yeah, but you didn't see the, let me say the other one. You saw there's one with the women, with his wife.
But I think he's losing weight, though.
Who losing weight?
You think he what?
One of them is losing weight seriously.
I think your eyeball losing weight.
The son right there. I say the son cover him.
I think your eyeball losing weight, Gibson. That is okay. You went to Liberia, your eyeball start losing weight. That is okay.
My man, right now, I gotta be friendly. That is OMTC. MTC, we for the man, we let him go enjoy his money. So
now,
right now,
the man went for Liberia, you say enjoy money? Seriously?
No, I say enjoy a seat. I say money, you got that money there. When you start spending it, we know where you spend it. Think and give 5,000 to each person to go.
I'm just make sure we have to take over first before we must declare asset.
But I'm told that we are seeing you go to Ghana in the money, you're not feeling well.
Like when I come outside, can he leave tonight?
There'll be no inauguration if the president does not return.
But I guess get away from you, man. We got time for you.
Okay.
But real quick though, we gotta set a birthday anniversary greeting to our brother and his wife. As you can see, no, not that picture. Hey man, they picking again put me in trouble. You couldn't zoom in the picture for us to see the man hey Nelson. Nelson should have faced the picture better. Come on, man. Let's do the death announcement real quick.
The death announcement of Mrs. Musu Hannah Brown Sando. Sunrise, December 24th, 1955. Sunset, January 11, 2024. It is with deep sorrow that we announce the death of Mrs. Musu Hannah Brown Sando, which occurred on January 11, 2024, at the Wellstar Cop Hospital, Austell, Georgia. Musu was the daughter of the late Deacon Jerry C. Brown Sr. and Deaconess Cora Chesson Brown. She was born in the city of Breville, Liberia, and worked with the Liberian Immigration and Naturalization Bureau, where she served as Deputy Commander for Immigration from 1976 to 1993. Musu was the beloved wife of the late Circuit Criminal Court Judge Joseph B. Sando. She is survived by her children, Christiana Musambul, Noma Sia Sando, Boy Sando, Yata Sando, and Lasana G. Sando. Granddaughters, Jonalyn Samaria Barkan, Nomani Sando, Sadatu Kane, Ayamade Alao, Rosetta Curtis, Mohammed Kaba, Famata Sando, Janet M. Sando, and Musu Sando. Sisters, Reverend Dr. Counselor Pearl Brown Bull, Joyce Pinshu Brown Arma, and Sharon Brown. Brothers, Jerry C. Brown II, George Brown, and Albert Brown. An aunt, Bishop Mother Rachel Chesson Brown, and several nieces and nephews. Also mourning the loss are the Brown, Chesson, Baxter, Watson, Outland, and Sando families, along with a host of cherished friends. Musu was predeceased by her siblings Edna V. Brown, Lillian Brown Kamara, Parnell Brown Banks, Samuel Brown, and Rosalind Brown. The funeral service will be held on Saturday, February 10, 2024, at the Shaw Temple AME Zion Church, 775 Hurt Road, Southwest Smyrna, Georgia 30080. Viewing of the body, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Funeral service, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Repast to follow after the burial. Additional funeral arrangements will be provided at a later date. Contact Christiana Musambul 770-820-3371. Noma Sando 678-472-6878. Jerry C. Brown II 770-444-3222. 678-608-8142. Reverend Dr. Counselor Pearl Brown Bull 231-886-578-981.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Glenny, you want to say thank you? Yep. Glenn, no, Gibson, don't leave. Let Glenny leave. She got other engagement. Glenny, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, see. Bye.
But was very
I
legal.
want to do it. Nancy, come on. I want to deal with Gibson Smith. You know, when I see Gibson here, then Nancy, let's do it Gibson Smith.
What do I do now? What did I do?
They make him on the late night show one
That's my
time.
man. That's will not join you.
Oh, you're not joining Nancy?
That is my man. I want to see
but no, man. I gotta put a guy with wedding anniversary picture up. You know, they had the issue is that I would advise if you send me the information to post, we begging you just include your name, where you are, where you from,
right.
and you see. Again, this is Joseph Masakwe. I think that's the name I'm seeing over there. Nelson, you should try to do a better job, man. It's, size it up, zoom in on it. And also put your number up for them to be send it to you. I cannot do this thing, Gibson. I cannot do all this technical stuff. So if you guys want us to promote your wedding, whatsoever, send the information to Nelson. Nelson, put your number up, okay? And then once it is properly done, we're gonna do it like a slideshow. We're gonna put some music to it, and it will be fine. So that's Nelson's phone number. Every time we're doing the show, we'll put his number up. If you want to be part of, doing all your announcements.
Man, no matter.
Yeah, they begin to gotta enjoy. So
oh really? Yeah, you promote your beginner.
Oh yeah, being them on fly.
He said, as well as community when nursing pass there, it can be easy.
But they don't stand no trouble on this one, man. Now you went to Liberia and you ran away, you came back quick because your wife caught you with somebody who heard that story. So,
I left her there, she's there.
now you came back because you couldn't make it. You got love for the country, but you couldn't make it.
No man, I'm a good guy. I don't ever do that thing. I'm
Now
old
you
now,
are.
man. They say I'm 73. What's 73 years
Now,
old?
now you are. You wasn't at first, but now you're trying. But Gibson, let me ask you, man. Why wait? Even the last meeting, CDC tried to get this thing. Why? Why would you keep the invitation? I mean, and you still know that there'll be an inauguration.
You don't want to get a lot blow, then they play both feet, there you go.
I mean, what good it is, though. And I'm surprised that folks become, we have all the information from every ministry. We are on the justice ministry today. You are reporting about Kabina Janan issued, about Yeke Koruba and Mr. Cummings Nima issue. The cases then they say completed. They're like completed, incomplete, complete. Necessary case and all. About giving her the money. Charles Taylor had a case and all. You remember that Charles Taylor case that he entitled to pension. They passed all those reports. We get everything. But our brother Livingston come on, he say he can't talk about it.
Man, look, I don't know why they even nominated Musa Day. For me, Musa Day is a West Minister in Liberia. For me, I don't know. I can say that any day. I mean, there are so many things that went unsolved during his administration than any other ministers in Liberia. I've been a journalist. I've never seen a number of homicides, a number of killings, a number of criminality that have taken place, and people just walk scot-free. Nobody is arrested. Government is not putting security on their alert to go after the
So
perpetrators.
can you tell us tonight? So the George Manawea government was just a mess up government.
I don't know why Musa didn't really have over Georgia, that Georgia couldn't dismiss him.
But Georgia couldn't. But why you were input this on Musa Day? He couldn't dismiss Samuel Twain. He couldn't dismiss Nathaniel Falo Miguel. No one the people are
come on, of all people. You have a foreign minister who cannot enter the greatest country in the world.
Yeah, if I appoint you for life.
They made a foreign minister who cannot enter the greatest democracy in the place that all hoping to get power from, so they backing from. The Megan can't. Even during the United Nations process, he will run away and go somewhere. He go to France.
So at the end of the day, the mindset of George Weah, though, the mindset of George Weah, man. Like I don't have to, you know. I mean, it's concerning. So today, after all of that, your brother resigned, Eugene Lane Nagbe.
Yeah.
And you say you must be in utopia to believe that George Manawea will not come back in politics. He's saying that George Manawea will come back 2029. So he have to resign early for him to support the CDC.
I don't think Georgia can come back. I don't think so. I think CDC will feel somebody else, but George Weah coming back will be, if George Weah come back, it means JNB administration really perform badly. That's the only way the Liberian post say, oh, George Weah, this one was happening, and you're not kind of, you're spot the whole thing, and then you will hear that kind of message and make an attempt to come back. But if JNB performs well, if some of the things that are happening, if some of the errors are corrected, nobody will think about George Weah. They want to move on. And CDC might feel a candidate. It depends on who's going. If Jeremiah Kuhn is going to be the next candidate, JNB decide not to go after 6 years, then it becomes a real competition between Jeremiah Kuhn and CDC candidate.
All depends performance. All depends performance. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All depends. That's how, so then let's just go into this a little bit. So then, are you saying that then this is upon Jeremiah Kuhn now? This is upon Jeremiah Kuhn.
This
is upon Jeremiah Kuhn to stop. I don't know what it's in the mindset of Jeremiah Kuhn that you think he know that he's vice president? You think he know?
I think Jeremiah Kuhn knows he has more power that JB has attempted to dedicate to him, because JB make it clear. He said, this is the first time you see somebody leaving and say, let my deputy leave remain. And that's exactly what's going to happen. JMB is going to give me a lot of leeway, except the sandwiching. But I don't think they was sandwiching.
Who is sandwich Jeremiah Cohen? Yes, my point on this one, which is very clear. And I know because I know where I'm coming from when I say this. It's not like that kind of vice president and president relationship between Joe Weah and Joe Howard Taylor, right? Between how you call it, what's the guy named Tolbert and Tutman, right? It's not that kind of relationship that you feel that, oh, who the American talking to? Oh, maybe the American talking to my vice president to get rid of me. You get what I'm saying? It's not that kind of relationship that people will say, oh, but then let me be very careful. I don't think Jose Yima Boaga afraid of Jeremiah Cohen. When you talking about I'm going to leave and Jeremiah Cohen should take over, I don't think Jose Yima Boaga afraid of Jeremiah Cohen. Something about Jeremiah Cohen that he should understand. The broad picture that maybe Jose Yima Boaga going for only one term. How old is Jose Yima Boaga now?
Exactly.
So maybe Jose Yima Boaga going for only one term. Imagine if he is going for only one term, who's next? It's Jeremiah Cohen. And who can Jeremiah Cohen bring in if, and I'm very strong on if he will be the leader of this party tomorrow, comes 2029, is he thinking about bringing in Yomli Kanga Lawrence to be his VP candidate? With that relationship hold?
Jeremiah Cohen is a leader of the NDR, Movement for Democracy and Reconciliation. If Joseph Boakai faces out, Jeremiah takes over, Unity Party is no longer leading the group. NDR becomes the ruling party or the contending party. So now we'll end with Unity Party. People still put their weight behind Jeremiah Cohen. That's a question that Jeremiah Cohen need to carve, because he now has to make sure that he wins the heart of Unity partisan.
Correct.
That if Joseph Boakai leaves, they will still give him the support because he helped Joseph Boakai to succeed. But if anything he does that is understood as undermining, not listening, or trying to overact, or trying to overreach or to cross the line, and Unity Partisan begin to see that, once that time comes, they'll say, no, they man, we can go behind him. So Jeremiah Cohen has a real big. And
I think Jeremiah Cohen should start building this relationship. I think he should now. It's like he got to start doing it now. Jeremiah Cohen is like, he's a cool dude. You can eat GB with Jeremiah Cohen with your hand. He's a cool dude. You walk that walk.
He doesn't like me much, so I don't know if I can eat a GB.
I don't worry about you. He liking you. I really don't care. I hope he doesn't like you, and I hope it's a serious thing. I don't want him to like you, right? When you arrive at the airport, I want him to arrest you.
The day I'm president of Grand Junction County, he can't pass through.
But Gibson, though, on the issue here is that I think Jeremiah Cohen should be, I know Boakai is a president. I know that. And our tradition in Africa, the president have that one say and the other vice president got to sit down and chill, only upon giving instruction by the president. But I think Jeremiah Cohen should walk a very chalk line with the leadership right now, the Yombli, the Funati Kofa. He should walk the chalk line with the DeLon. He should make them his friend. He should bring them in a cycle that they can work and make Liberia better. If Jeremiah Cohen slip, you got a lot of folks. If Joseph Boakai say I'm not running, they will take over Jeremiah Cohen. They can make a strong argument. And Liberians need to hear this. They can make a very strong argument. Because look at the numbers, folks. I know we're off the script right now. But less than 25,000 votes Joseph Boakai won, right? Am I right?
20,000, 20-something thousand, yeah.
But that's why I said less than 25,000.
Yeah,
20,000
right.
are less than 25,000.
Yeah,
When the other man trying to get all hot on your Nelson, I said less than 25,000 and less than 20,000. So, but let's agree.
I'm agree with you.
But let's agree, right? At the end of the day, that is not enough, Gibson. If you get somebody stronger coming and say, I'm going to reform CDC government, I'm going to have a strong collaboration or a strong group that the people are willing, and these guys then say, yes, we stand with you, I think it would be a damn good
election coming 2029, it will be a rough one based on the performance of Joseph Yima Boyka, based on the work he's going to do. If you talk about persecution, if you talk about helping to rebrand the minds of the Liberian people, not everybody doing their own thing and just try to start building homes and start stealing. My people, I'm telling you, wait to see 2029. It will be interesting because CDC, whether they're going to lean or whether they're going to have a new leadership, that's the question. Whether you're going to see the old guys then going back to CDC, because do not underestimate Miguel. Miguel is just not sitting there. Bill 12, listen, these guys are not sitting there if they are not persecuted and they are free to fly. Those are your trouble people. Don't underestimate. Don't underestimate Speaker Kofa. Do not underestimate him. He will be getting the money. Miguel is in the Senate. Beto is in the Senate. Councilor Jara is in the Senate. Who's your deputy speaker? Thomas Farah. Who will be on Ways and Means? Maybe Dixon Sebo or somebody else. These guys then going to come up and keep all that money for 2029. And this thing is not a walk in the park. With less than 25,000 votes, it's not a walk in the park.
That word you use. I like, and look, I wonder how Jeremiah Coon is going to navigate himself, because right now, JMB will need him to do most of his foreign travels. He is an old man. He needs to remain home and navigate the country governance process. Can Jeremiah Coon go to the OAU? Can Jeremiah Coon go to the United Nations? Can Jeremiah Coon go and meet the the Prime Minister of Great Britain and send a good message? The way he navigates JMB's authority, the way he goes to the mansion, listen and take notes, and go out there and execute what JMB wants. And the people begin to trust him that his coming in and going out are in no way threat to JMB or in disrespectful to JMB or undermining the JMB. Jeremiah Coon could be a force in 2029. Of course, I want to make sure that he doesn't become a force because I got a candidate to bring against him. But that is the reality. So he has a big cake. He has a big cake to eat. But if this cake slip between his hands and fall on the floor, it is going, like you said, it will bust and the pieces will be picked up by anybody. And whoever takes the last chunk of the cake can overcome him and become a contender in 2029. And even if he wants to go, there will be two different candidates.
And that's a problem, because you're going to have now everybody that hanging around. Guess what happened? You're going to have different folks. People talking about they come together of Eden Snow or Musa Ability. You know, you talk about the Yombly and Delon. You're talking about now MDR going to stay in corner, CDC going to come back. Who will they bring forth? Will Mr. Comey's come back in the picture with the strength of CDC? This is not a walk in the park, because within the next 6 months, JMB have to make the case. In the next 6 months, JMB has no time. Guess it?
No time.
He has no time.
No time.
As much as we tell the Liberian people, give him a chance, he has no time. The LU faculties people crying for the pay. They have not gotten the pay. 7 want the pay. Trust me. All the turnover knows they are blah. The government leaving nothing in the coffer for JMB. Where the money going to come from? They promised 650,000. They have not given a dime and the check bans. Now, guess what happened? This is so interesting. Investors going to come and people want to rush investment, and they will not do it for the help of Liberians. They will do it because they want to rush investment. And you know, when you try to rush investment, Gibson, guess what happened? Some of the laws, you blind yourself to some of the laws.
Or Booker's,
some of the guidelines, you turn your face.
Booker's company, it happened to Joshua.
And that's what happened to Joshua.
Yeah. Joshua King, he wanted to do it so bad. Then those companies started to come, and they were all fake. He couldn't get them to do what they're supposed to do because they were not there.
But look at the senators. Look at the senators. The same guys that are going back on road funds. The same guys that are going back on public work. The same guys that are going back on resource and minerals. The same guys are going to be chaired and co-chaired online minds. These people that they are telling you that, listen, we will try our best, but don't count on us. You won't tell me Asera Mita is in the country. They should be giving 2,000 or 3,000 to Grand Bassa, to Bon County, and to Nima, right? It's rough right now.
Development, yeah.
You won't tell me all the money they're supposed to receive from Asera Mita, and Asera Mita stay keeping Liberia in tents. With this government who Asera Mita responsible to the agreement?
Well, they would not want to shake the water because Asera Mita.
And that's my argument. But how did we beat Joria? We beat Joria because Joria accepted the Asera Mita negotiation. So when a senator come from Nima County and say, I'm Prince Yedu Johnson, or I'm the vice president for Nima County, or I'm the representative Musa Benete, or I'm the representative Koga, or I'm the representative Tai Wongwe, I don't like the work Asera Mita doing. We will not extend the contract. We need to renegotiate. We need to take our people from living in tent. They promise school, they promise colleges, they promise hospital. Do you think this government will enforce that? Knowing that you need your next paycheck. The civil servant got to get a pay in the next month.
It will be difficult. It will be difficult, and I will tell Tai Wongwe not to do that because you don't want to put the government in a tight position as much as politics.
So then, are we now? Well, you see, you're a bad person. You're doing this because you get somebody for 2029. You see, Nelson, he's taking off back and say, I will tell time one way, and not to give the people a hard time. Because if they're done, and this man take a video to Nima County, and the people start living in tent and no safe drinking water.
2029, but Stanton, let's be honest. Everybody want the government to succeed. I want the government to succeed so I can make my business. That's my interest.
Oh.
And when I get some small money, I care my man Nelson out will go.
No, but you're not doing it to make a business. You don't want the government to succeed. That's the fact.
No,
you beat on JB all the time. You don't want the government to succeed because you got a plan for 2029.
I don't want the government to fail.
Joe Weldon thought that 6 years was 66 years. They didn't know that 6 years were right around the corner.
Yeah, but I don't want the government.
And now what's happening? 2029 is around the corner. And we in January almost finished.
I have a very commendable candidate for 2029, but I don't want the government to fail. Because how can I wish the government to fail, Santa? That's not the right way for
nobody. I don't trust you if you say that. You're on TV, you're on Stone Talk, you're saying it. Right, Nelson? If they leave on Stone Talk, I don't trust you, man. I don't trust you. You leave on Stone Talk, you're going to say there's something on somebody else's show, and you start building. I don't trust you. They want to you must start talking because I don't get nobody here. That's why you must stay talking.
But honestly, I'll tell Tai Wongwe
you bad.
No, Baba, they got your problem. I don't believe him. Don't believe Jesse. Jesse is a bad dude. You know? Yeah, man. You gotta say you want to go
if JB fails, that would be a great thing for me. Because I want to be president of Grand Jeda County, so that's a great thing for me. But to be honest, guys, if the government succeeds, then we have a great competition ahead. Because then it is the government's protege going forward. Any other candidate that comes.
Do you think JMB can still put your hand up and be that Joe Biden and say, I want to run again for secretary?
Joe, yeah?
You think JMB can put your hand up and be like Joe Biden and say, I will run for secretary?
Oh, yes.
You think so?
Yes. Listen, the man will get all the money to take care of himself and make himself. He doesn't even have to work hard. He's already president. All you need to do, go to work 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, sign a document, come home and be there. He ain't got to do nothing. 6 years will back out, 6 years gone.
But, I think Nelson have a guest. Nelson, who your guest for tonight?
Yeah, so our guest would be the 103 Prince Moba. He should have appeared last evening, but he has agreed to make it tonight. So,
what's the conversation about?
So, he recently expressed some fear for his life.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he says the police IG through the CDC COP are wanting to track him down, and so he said he's in an undisclosed location, and so we
Can
talk
we
it up.
join you? Can Gibson and myself join you? Join your show?
Yeah,
No,
yeah, I can
because
join you.
Gibson, this is interesting though. I mean, 103 saying that he's running for his life. It's interesting. Why you couldn't bring your own spoon? It's like we gotta cancel the picking show. He taking all our guests there. Cancel, you say they picking out of your operate.
But my man, I said, they may not small me apart. It's gonna commit a day. Yeah.
Don't put me in Ziare today.
No, guys, I gotta go, man. Thank you
No, but
very much.
Gibson, I want to say thank you. Let's look into this because it's an interesting conversation. And I think that let's give the chance to Nelson to do his show. Nelson, we'll be watching your show. I think
Yeah,
you're
anything
doing
I will jump
extremely
in.
well.
We'll jump
Yeah,
in.
if you think that you need us, I don't need to jump in. But you have a wonderful show with 103. What's his name?
Prince Mobile.
Prince Mobile, and we'll be watching, and we hope folks can join you. I want to say to all of our followers, sorry that we joined you late today because of the snow. We'll be here with John Molu the second tomorrow. That will be very interesting. We're going to talk about the cluster. We're going to talk about everything about the transition. We want to say thank you very much for joining Spoon tonight. As always, may the good Lord keep you. May the Lord bless you. May the Lord grant you favor in every way and every aspect. No matter who you are, just trust and obey. Believe in the Lord has forgiven us all for the one purpose, because Jesus Christ died to wash away our sin. Trust and obey. There's no other way. The only way is to trust and obey. Okay? Because we need no argument. We need no argument. We need no pain. Gibson can say, we'll go for the inauguration. We'll be in our red, white, and blue. Monday will come. We will celebrate a new president, and God will bless our country. Gibson, may God bless you, man. Thank you very much for joining
Thank you,
us.
guys. Thank you
Have a
very
good
much.
night, Gibson. To my picking, I want to say the guy said I shouldn't call you picking, right? After you get all my lady, then he said I shouldn't call you picking. You better start getting my stuff. But I want to say a beautiful show today, and we are grateful to everyone. I want to say, please, John Nelson tonight. You want to listen to Prince Moruba? He got a lot of information that you want to listen to. So we encourage you, John Nelson, tonight. He will open the phone line. He will take your questions. You can tell him what's on your mind, and join us again tomorrow. Prepare yourself for the beautiful inauguration. We pray along with Joseph Yima Boakat and Jeremiah Kuhn for the perfect and clean leadership. And we hope by the grace of God, trust in the Lord, Liberia will get better. Have a wonderful evening. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our state. Good night. All right,
Okay.
Nelson. Bye.
Yes. Sir. Okay. Okay. So, well, folks, that's I would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program. Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you across the world that have been following. Thanks for always making up time to be here with us on Liberia's most followed talk show on radio and online. This is where you get authentic information about all of the major happenings across Liberia. And again, we want to say thanks for being here tonight. We'll be here tomorrow with another edition of the program. We've been live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. We've also been live on Super TV, Spoon TV, and Fabric TV. That's for Facebook. And for YouTube, we've been live on Spoon Talk Live. You can check out our YouTube handle, and of course, follow to get all of the updates from there as well. But just before we go, I want to throw this quick one in here. It's a birthday greeting. Let me just throw it in real quick before we close up. Okay. Say happy birthday to you again, of course, as you celebrate your birthday today. That's you, uh, Dolphin Barbier. You're there in the USA, Maryland. And of course, it's a birthday greeting here for you. So, folks, have a good night. Liberia is all we have. Let's remember to keep the peace. And there is this group. Um, they are the JMB JNKK Victory Celebration Rescue Team in Ohio. They said they have a program coming up, and is okay. So there you have the information on Saturday, the 20th. That's today. And of course, if you are in that location, you can try to link up with them and form part of this very important program. Dana G.Y. is the chairman, and you can get in touch with him on the number right on the screen there. You can screenshot it and be able to make use of the information. So thanks again to all of you. This is I would like to draw down the curtains on Spoon Talk. Join us tomorrow for another edition.
You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, yeah.